Hi there. Today we are building a beautiful mobile app using Expo, Supabase, and Clerk. This is the perfect project for your portfolio because React Native is huge right now, powering over 18,000 top companies and up to 38% of all cross-platform market. Let me show you exactly what we are building for regular users. It features a gorgeous home screen with the featured properties section and our recommended properties. It includes a deep explore screen with different type of filters. Here you can see we have property types, bedrooms, price range. Users can select any type of filters here and he will be served with the results. A working search bar so user can search for any property. A favorites screen so user can manage all their saved properties, and a beautiful property details screen. Here the admin will get buttons for marking the properties as sold or even deleting the property, and a beautiful Google Maps screen and a full image view feature. The user can save and unsave any property instantly. A fully functional profile screen where user can update their profile image, and user have some menu items along with the sign out button. Admin will have a ad screen as well where they can upload up to 6 images. The first image will automatically will be uploaded as cover image, and a detect location button for automatically adding the latitude and longitude coordinates values. Let's fill the form and test adding a property. Here you can see our property has been added. Great. This app covers complete authentication, database storage, device location, and modern UI layouts. Let's open up VS Code and build it step by step. First of all, we will go to our browser and we will search for React Native. We will open the official site. Here we are landed on the reactnative.dev site, the official site. And here, if we go down, and here you can see create native apps for Android and iOS, and more using React. That's me. It's with reactive native development, and it's a best-in-class JavaScript library for building user interfaces. And here you can see, oh, we will write the code. We will use view and text tags. If you don't know about React Native, don't worry. I will cover each and everything. We will learn React Native from scratch. You can read these things from here as well. Here they are recommending that we recommend a framework like Expo to build the React Native application. And obviously we will be using the Expo, and to see the output on our physical phone, we will use the Expo Go application. You can install it on your iOS or Android. Here you can see that Meta supported community-driven React Native is being used in thousands of apps, but it's likely you have already used it in one of these apps. That's mean Facebook is using React Native, Messenger, Shopify, and the Discord. They are all built using the React Native. So enough introduction. We will select on Get Started, and we are landed on the React Native docs. Documentation. Here we are inside Get Started with React Native. And React Native allows developers who know React to create native apps. At the same time, native developers can use React Native to gain parity between native platforms by writing common features once. That means for iOS and Android. We believe that the best way to experience React Native is through a framework, a toolbox with all the necessary APIs to let you build production-ready apps. You can also use React Native without a framework. However, we found that most developers benefit from using a React Native framework like Expo. So that's why we will also use the Expo native framework. Start a new React Native project with Expo. Expo is a production grade React Native framework. Expo provides developers tooling that makes developers apps easier, such as file-based routing, a standard library of native modules, and much more. Expo's framework is free and open source with an active community on GitHub and Discord. And one more thing here, if I show you, on their homepage. So learning React Native is very beneficial at this time in 2026, and continue with Expo. And here is the to create a new Expo project, run the following in your terminal. So we will click on continue with Expo, and here we are landed on the Expo docs. So first of all, we will go inside the create a project, and inside the create a project, system requirements, Node.js, and start with the default project. So here we will copy this from here, npx create expo app at the rate of latest. Let me copy it from here, and here they also describing in note that during the SDK 57 transition period, create expo app. So here basically they are saying if we will use this whole script, then it will install the SDK 57. And here, if you plan to use Expo Go on a physical device, so then use an SDK 54 project. So for 54 project, we will use only this one till at the rate of latest without the dash dash template default SDK 57, right? So we will use SDK 54. Here we are inside the Visual Studio Code, and we will open the terminal. You can also open your terminal from here as well, new terminal, and here we will write npx create expo app at the rate of latest dot or dot slash, right? That's mean we are saying that install the expo app inside this folder, and no, it will not ask for a app name because we have already created a folder with the name of the app. Here they also asking for the SDK 57 or 54. We will select 54. Let the installation be completed, and let me show you the readme.md file that will cover each and everything regarding our Astro application and regarding the React Native. Here I have opened the readme.md file that I have created for you. Let it be installed. I will hide this terminal, and here if I show you the open as preview, we will toggle the preview of the readme.md file, full stack real estate app for iOS and Android, and it will be a React Native full course, a complete course. And what will be our tech stack? Our tech stack will have the framework React Native plus Expo, and styling we will use for the styling native wind, tailwind CSS, and for authentication we will be using Clerk, and for backend we will be using Supabase with database and storage. For navigation we will be using Expo router, and for state management we will be using the Zustand. And for maps, we will use OpenStreetMap plus WebView package, right? And industry adoption and why React Native. So here is the topic. React Native is a production grade framework trusted by some of the world's most demanding engineer teams. Meta. Meta is using React Native for Facebook and Facebook Ads Manager, Instagram, Shopify, Microsoft, Coinbase, Discord, Walmart, Bloomberg, and these are not hobby projects. They serve hundreds of millions of users under extreme performance and reliability constraints. If you are already familiar with React Native, then you can skip this section and you can start it from the when the project starts. So let me cover some topics that will be necessary as a beginner for you. And if you already know JavaScript, React Native is the shortest path to mobile. That's mean if you already know JavaScript, then 80% of your work will already be done. Here you can see you already understood 80% of React Native. Home, here is the detail. No new language to learn, like Swift, Kotlin, and Objective-C. Each require months to reach productivity. React Native runs on the JavaScript. You already know. That's mean if you are coming from the JavaScript and React, then 80% of work 80% of React Native you already familiar with. React concepts transfers directly if you understand components, props, states, hooks, and use specs. And we have already covered these things a lot of time in tens of projects on you can find on the YouTube channel Code with Smart. And here you already understood 80% of React Native. The mental model is identical. One code base, two platforms. That's mean a single repository ships to both iOS and Android with platform specific polish available when you need it. And the ecosystem is the web ecosystem, NPM packages, TypeScript, ESLint, Prettier, Zustand, the React query. Everything you use in React web projects work here too. Expo, that is the framework, native, removes the native toolchain. Also, there is no need to set up the Xcode for Mac and Android Studio for the Windows to view the output because in React Native provides Expo Go application and we can simply see the output on the physical device. That's mean your mobile phone. And we will simply inside the terminal, we will write npx expo start and we are good to go. So for a JavaScript script developer, there is no faster path from web to production grade mobile, no other path, right? And React Native versus React. Here are the some initials like we will be using view tag instead of div. Like we are using div in React, but we will be using view tag for that purpose inside the React Native. So view tag will replace the div and it will be using the flexbox by default, right? So no need to add the flex class. And for the text inside the React, we were using p tag, h1, h6, and span, but inside the React Native, we will be using the text tag for each text. And it's necessary to wrap each text inside the text tag. We can't write any text inside the view tag directly, right? So we need a text tag. Every string must be inside the text tab, must be, right? And image, here is the comparison. And for the button, we will be using touchable opacity. And for lists, we will, and CSS overflow, we will be using scroll view and the flat list. Flat list is preferred for long lists. It visualize rows for performance. Text input, we we were using input and here we will use the text input for the React Native. In place of on click, we will be using on press, and for styling, we were using CSS classes. CSS classes are CSS in JavaScript. No cascade, no class attributes. Styles are plain JavaScript objects. We will be using style sheet.create or native int. If we will use native int, then it's will be very easy and useful because there will be no difference like we were using class names and inline classes we were using inside the React applications. And similarly, we will use the class name and all the element CSS classes using the native Wind package. So we will install the native Wind as well. And for the navigation, we were using inside the React router and Nest.js, but here inside the React Native, we will use Expo router. File-based, same convention, same file-based concept. For Modal, we were using dialog, and here we will be using Modal. Safe area inside the React, not needed, browser handles it, but here we will use the safe area view. For example, here if I show you inside a image, without safe area view, our text will be for some mobiles like some latest models, our heading here you can see welcome to React Native is going behind the camera and the earpiece, right? And we can't able to see the heading here without safe area view. We will use safe area view tag and we will be we will cover this thing. We will able to view all the content, right? And here is the this example is for iPhone X and all other latest models as well. And after this, so we will be using safe area view inside the React Native. And here we will be using platform.os is equals to iOS. And with the help of this, we will let's you return different values per platform. So for iOS, we will use this, and for Android, we will check this, and we will able to differentiate, right? And inside the React, we were using local storage, and here we will be using the async storage. And here are some prerequisites, like we should have Node.js 18 plus installed in our machine, and npm install. We already here you can see we did npm install a clerk count. We will do count for this, and a Supabase account. We will be using Supabase and iOS simulator for Mac or Android emulator for the Windows, but we will cover this without these emulators. We will be using a physical device and you will be able to see the output on your physical mobile phone, right? And here is the get started, etc. Let me close the readme file and you can also read the whole documentation. Here we have all the thing, project structure, Supabase setup, and each and everything I have covered inside the readme.md file. And I make you sure if you read the file, then 100% of this application structure and each and everything you will get covered, right? And it will be very useful for you. Here, if I open the terminal, you can see our Expo app has been installed successfully, and now we will go to the Expo docs, and here we will get the second step. Start from an example, and here we did this step already. We will go for the next step, set up your environment. Inside the next step, we have set up your environment. Let's set up a local development environment for running your project on Android and iOS. Where would you like to develop, on Android or iOS device? How would you like to develop? Expo Go. We will use the Expo Go for students and learners to test our Expo quickly and understand the basics. It's a playground app, so it's limited and not useful for building production grade projects. So set up an Android device with Expo Go, scan the QR code. From here, you can scan this QR code to download the Expo Go app from the Google Play Store or visit the Expo Go page on the Google Play Store. And it will be also available on iOS, that's mean on Apple devices as well, right? So install the Expo Go application and we will go for start developing. Next step, that is start a development server by running npx expo start npm inside the terminal. Here we go, write npx expo start. Here you can see we have, after running the npx expo start, our application has been started. And when we install the and when we run the expo app at the rate of latest, our expo app got installed and we got these folders and files. And here we have run our project, and with this npx expo start script, here we have this QR code. You can simply go to your camera application and on your physical phone, and you can scan this QR code and you will be directly landed to your Expo application, right? And from here, if you have already installed Android Studio or Xcode, then you can run the A for Android and S for switch to development build. And here we have W for open web. That's mean we can open this application inside the web as well. And J for debugger, R for load app, M for toggle menu, and M for more tools, O for open project code in your editor. Show our commands. And now what I will do, here you can see I am sharing my physical mobile screen, that is in my case an iPhone, and I will open the camera application and I will simply scan this QR code, and our application will be opened inside the Expo Go application that you are seeing here inside the home screen. I have Expo Go, and okay, that happened because I had closed this application. Let me reload it, and now it will be reloaded successfully. It's been downloading and let it be completed. And here you can see our project has been live here. Welcome, try it, step, and different things, right? Here we have home and the explore screens, right? And actually you don't need this mirror screen. Here I am using the Let's View, that is an application to see your physical phone like an emulator on your laptop screen. Uh, in your case, you don't need this software or this view inside your laptop because you have your physical phone in your hand, right? So here let me show you what we got installed when we run the npx create expo app. So what we have cloud folder, expo folder, we have VS Code, app, assets, components, constants, hooks, scripts, and these files. So we have tsconfig.json file. This tsconfig.json file is for TypeScript, that's mean type safety, the TypeScript rulebook, telling the computer host strictly to flag coding bugs. And here we have include here they have included the ts file, the tsx, and expo env.ts. And here is the readme.md file. You will get this updated readme.md file with all the details about React Native and all the details about this real estate project. And we have the package.json file, the master shopping list. You can say it, tracking every module and script your app needs to, and all the dependencies that we will install, all the packages, they will be listed here, right? Like we have installed the Expo 54. That's why the Expo is listed under the dependencies inside the package.json file. And we have package as well, same as it, and expo env.ts file, silent translator file helping TypeScript understand Expo's core background variable safety. Actually, we will not touch this file. That's why don't worry at all understanding these extra files for our project. ESLint config.js file. It will be for the spell checker layout that warns you if you write messy or broken code blocks for safety. And here we have the Claude custom instruction guide detailing like specific coding styles, rules for your assistant. Actually, that's for the Claude agents. And here we have the app.json file. The app.json file is for the application where you change its name, icon, and variants, and favicons, plugins, images, right? Splash screen, right? And here we have the agents.md and instruction. Basically, this agents.md is like cloud.md file, all the instruction and guidelines for the AI agents. And here we have the .git ignore. You already know this. And we have the scripts. Inside the scripts, we will have the, let me open this. We will have the reset project script and all the helper scripts such as project reset commands or deployment routines. And we have node modules folder, the heavy folder containing all external JavaScript code packages downloaded via npm. And we have the hooks folder holds custom React hooks used to share stateful reusable logics across components. You already used these hooks and you are familiar with because you have already created the React projects, and if not, then don't worry, we will cover each and every thing inside our uh, project while building this real estate application. So don't need to worry about these things. We will cover each and everything. And here inside the constants contains global unchaining. You can say it will hold all the stuff about application theme, colors, and API endpoints, and all the necessary data. We can hold it inside the constants. You are already familiar with constants and components and assets. We will put all the images inside the assets images folder, right? And we have the app folder, that is the main core folder, or you can say it the core directory hosting your apps, screens, and file based routing architecture, right? And VS Code, Expo, Cloud, don't worry about these folders. We are not going to touch these folders while building our application, so don't need to worry about these three folders, right? And now what we will do, we will go inside the app folder, and inside the app folder we will go inside the tabs and then index.tsx file. And here I will show you, if I write uh, here instead of welcome we will write hello world and save. Here you can see we got instantly changed our welcome to hello world, right? This one, that's mean our project is working successfully and we have successfully made changes to our app. Now we will go inside the browser and we will go for the next step. Open the app on your device, make your first change. We have already did this. And file structure, here you can see all the structure explanation. You can read this as well. Otherwise, we have covered each and everything, and we will be covering while building our application. And now the next step is reset your project. We will reset our project by copying this, running this script here inside the terminal, because we don't need these extra hooks. And here you can see these all the stuff related to this dummy project. We will start from a fresh copy. So that's why we will go inside the terminal and we will press Ctrl C to stop the server, and here we will paste the script that we have copied. Npm run reset project. And here, do you want to move existing files to app example? No, we don't want to move these files and folders. Here you can see we have successfully removed the extra folders, constants, hooks, scripts, etc. Now we will start from a fresh copy and preview and deploy. This command will move the existing files. Okay, don't need step-by-step guide overview. Okay, you can read their docs if you have time. Otherwise, we will be covering each and everything. Now, what we will do now here, if I show you the resetted project, here you can see we have the layout.tsx file and the index.tsx file. All the extra stuff has been removed, and now when we will run our application, npx expo start, here our project has been running, and we will write, we will press M, and we will select on click on reload, and our application will be reloaded. And here you can see we have successfully reloaded the application. And here if I show you, we have this index.tsx page. We have edit app slash index.tsx to edit this screen, right? This text. And here is the styling method for our React Native application. And here is our layout.tsx file. Here you can see we have import stack from Expo router, and you can see upon hovering on stack, here you can see about the stack. And here let me show you what actually the stack and the tab navigation actually is. The stack navigation is like you can say it like they are stacked upon one over to the other. Here you can see we will have this page, this second and third, and we will use both stack navigation and the tab navigation. We will use both. The tab navigation you already seen inside the intro of our application. We will have the home, and then we will have the explore, then we will have the profile like this. And here you can see as well, okay, we have removed. Here we will show the home, profile, and search and the create property screens. So these will be the tab navigations, right? And the stack navigation we will be using for the property details page. We will use the for the sign in screen. We will use for the register screen as well, right? So we will use stack navigation and the tab navigation both. I hope you understand it. Now let's move to our index.tsx file, that is in our case our home page. Like what we will write here, it will be rendered here, right? For example, if we write here hello world, then it will be rendered here, right? And now what we will do, we will not use this type of styling, that is the default styling method for the React Native, but we will be using the native wind that will be very similar to the tailwind CSS. So let's set up the native wind first. Here we will write the native wind, and we will open the native wind. We will click on get started, and here we will be using the version 4 because native wind version 5 is pre-release and it's better to use the version 4. So we will avoid any errors like. And first of all, we will install, and the first step will be we will copy it from here. And actually, this one is for the for those who have not already created an Expo app. So it will be for if you would like to skip manual setup and use native wind with Expo. So it will create an Expo app using the native wind and the tailwind CSS. So we have already created our Expo project. So that's why we will go for the first step, that is install native wind. So we will copy it from here, and we will go to our Visual Studio Code. We will open a second terminal, and here we will paste the script command. So I will paste the command here, and it will install the native wind, right? So what is the second step? Set up tailwind CSS, run npx tailwind init to create a tailwind.config.js file. So we will run this. So here I will paste the command that is npx tailwind css init, and it will create the tailwind.config.js file. And here you can see created tailwind css config file. Here is the file. Now if we go back to our browser, here you can see add the paths to all of your component files in your tailwind.config.js file like this. And after that, we will create a CSS file and add the tailwind directives. So first let me check the tailwind.config file. Let me copy it from here, and here we will copy and paste. Let me wrap the file so you can see the bool code. And what we will do here, we have ./app.ss ./components, and we will also add the ./app/ this thing as well. So let me write here as like this. We will add ./app. So this app folder will be covered as well. Basically, we are telling the tailwind CSS that cover these folders and files for the tailwind CSS, right? And after this, here we will also add some colors that we will use. Let me paste those colors as well here. So we will use these colors as primary and accent colors, right? Let me save, and we will go back to our native wind setup, and here create a CSS file and add the tailwind directives. We will create a global.css file first. We will create that file inside the app folder, and inside this global.css file, let me copy and paste this. So this setup is very similar to the tailwind CSS in React or the native wind. So you are already familiar with setting up the tailwind CSS in React. So setting the native wind is very similar to that. Add the bevel preset before the third step. Let me cover this. From here onward, replace ./global.css with the relative path to the CSS file you just created. So we will cover the ./global.css file path. We will do this step later on in next steps. So we will go for the third step, that is babel.config.js file. Let me copy it from here, and we need to create the babel.config.js file. So first let me copy it from here. We will create this file in the root, and we will copy it from here, paste it here. After this third step, we will have a fourth step, create or modify your metro.config.js. We will create this file, new file, metro.config.js file. Let me copy it from here. We will save this file. We will save the babel config.js file as well. We will save both files, and after that we will have the fifth step, that is import your CSS file. So let me copy it from here inside the app.js file. So in our case, this layout.tsx file is our main file. It will act as app.jsx file. So here we will paste the import statement for the global.css. Let me save it, and here we have the sixth step as modify your app.json. Switch the bundle to use the metro bundle. Let me copy it from here, and we will open the app.json file. So here inside the web, we will only add the bundler. So let me copy it from here, and here we will add the bundler as metro. We will put a comma, and let me save the file. And here is the seventh step, that is TypeScript setup optional. If you are using TypeScript in your project, you will need to set up the type definitions. Native Wind extends the React Native types VI declaration. So what we will do, we will copy this from here, and we will create the native wind dash env.d.ts file, and we will here. Let me save it and close the file. We will close the tailwind.config.js file. Babel, we will close the metro global.css file. Okay, let it open. Okay, let me close them for now. And after this, we have a create a simple component to test your native wind setup. That's it. So now what we will do? Now we will simply close this terminal, and here we will stop our project, and we will run the project again to get all the changes. Npx Expo start. Native Wind made the following changes to your project to support TypeScript, blah blah. Okay, let it be started. So our project has been running, and here let me press M and click on reload. I think it's stuck on this screen. Let me check all the logs here. Okay, so here is the error. The following package should be updated for the best compatibility with the installed Expo variant. Babel preset Expo 57. Expected variant 54 because we have installed the Expo variant 54. So it should be 54, not 57. Let me check to show you what the actually error is about Babel preset Expo 57. So it should be 54. So what we will do, we will stop our project, Control C, and we will run the command as npx expo install dash dash check, right? So we will hit enter, and what it actually do, it will run the official Expo doctor command. It will automatically scan your package.json file and spot the bad 57 and fix it too. So here you can see the following packages should be updated for best compatibility with the load Expo variant. Babel preset 57 and should be 54. Fixed dependency, let me close it from here first. And now we will run the by installing SDK 54 compatible native module using npm. It has been successfully downgraded to 54. And now what we will do, we will run the command using the clearing the metro cache. So that will be npx expo start it and start the Expo project. Here, if I show you inside the package.json, here you can see preset Expo has been downgraded to 54. And here it's taking some time. No, our project has been started and we will press M and then we will select the reload. Now, our project has been started and here you can see the output. So we will check the tailwind CSS. We will check the native int. Here we will add change the text color. We have the class name and here we will write text as red, and here we are getting the suggestions as well. Let me save, and here I think we have made some configurations mistake. Native int, okay, tailwind.config, metro.config, okay, it will be dot slash app slash global.css. So it will be, so you have to make sure all the paths should be correct. Dot slash app slash global dot css. Let me save the file, and now we will go to the index.tsx file. And here if we change the text color to text primary, let me save. Let me reload the page because we have made some changes. I think we need to close the application and then we need to run the npx expo start dash dash clear. Here I will reload the app. Here I have reloaded the app and as you can see the text has been applied. If we add the color as text red 500, then it will be applied successfully as well. And here you can see the results. So the issue was inside the Babel, inside the metro config.js file. We have corrected this and all the issue has been resolved. So now we have successfully set up our native and in next we will set up the routes using Expo router. So Expo router is very similar to the you can say the very similar to the next router as well. So if I show you the updated readme.md file, let me open it first and then I will come back. Here I have updated the readme file and the assets folder. So inside the assets, we have logo, onboarding, and the splash PNG, right? So we have three images here. And don't worry, you will get all the source code along with the assets and the updated README file. And let me show you here the inside the README file. Let me show you the routes that we will be build using Expo router. Let me open the file as preview mode, and here is the project structure. So basically inside the app folder we will have an auth folder, route folder, and the layout.tsx file, the route layout that is already exist here, this one, right? So we will create two folders, one for the auth and one for the route, right? And inside the root folder we will have tabs folder and the property folder. Inside the property folder we will have property details page and the maps screens page. Details page will be a dynamic, and after this app folder, we will have assets folder that we have copied. Inside images, we have images right here. And we will have a components folder. Inside the components, we will have features card, property card, filter model. And here, if I show you one thing more, inside the auth folder, we will have sign in and sign up screen, and we will build them manually using Clerk, right? And inside the tabs, we will have home screen, explore screen, favorites, profile, and add listing screen, right? And components, I have already told you. Inside the constants, we will have filters file, and inside the filters.ts file, we will have property types, bedrooms, prices, and other options. Inside the hooks folder, we will have some hooks related to this project. We will have use saved property. We will create use Supabase, use user sync for the user actions, and for the Supabase, we will have use Supabase hook. And inside the library, we will have supabase.ts file with setup and utils.ts for some utilities functions. And inside the services, we will have properties.ts file for the property related functions and queries. And inside the save.ts will be for the favorites screen and reusable Supabase helpers. These will be the reusable Supabase helpers. Inside the store, we will have filter store and user store for the state management system regarding the filters and the user. Inside the types, we will have index.ts file for all the shareable interfaces and types, right? And inside the .env, you already know about, we will write our environmental variables inside the view file, right? So let's quickly build our folders first. So first of all, we will build the auth folder and root folder. Then inside this, we will have tabs and property folder. Inside the tabs folder, we will create all our screens, right? So first of all, we will go inside the browser, and here we will search for the tabs, right? So we will search for tabs, and here we are inside the tabs, and we will go inside the native tabs. Inside the native tabs, here you can see all the documentation regarding the native tabs, the liquid glass that you are seeing inside the Apple devices, Android, iPhone, not Android, iPhone devices, and we will select the SDK 54, and you can read their docs from here as well. Otherwise, we will be covering everything that is necessary. So we will select the SDK 54 and we will copy it from here, and we will achieve this filing for the iOS, and for the Android. We will be covering the tabs for the Android as well. So I have copied it from here for SDK 54, this stuff, and we will create all the routes for these tabs as well. So first of all, we will be inside the root layout file. And as we discussed earlier, then I was explaining the stack navigation and the tab navigation to you. So I have described earlier that we will be using both navigations, not a single one. So for using both, we will be using here the slot. So we will get the slot from the Expo router. Let me import it and remove this stack, because we will be using stack navigation and the tab navigation both. So the slot, if you hover on the slot, then you will be able to see that it nothing but it's rendered only the currently selected content or the children, you can say. So it will return all the children that we will have here. So first of all, I will create a file with the name of folder and file. The folder will be tabs and the file will be layout.tsx. So we have a tabs folder and the tsx file, and we can simply remove this index.tsx file as well from here, because there is no need. So we will simply delete this file, and now we have inside the folder the layout.tsx file and the globals.css file only. Inside the tabs, we will have a layout.tsx file as well. So what I will do here, I will write rnfe native function export. So here it is, const underscore layout, or we can simply write the rnf only. And here we are getting the suggestions. And in case if you do not get any suggestions, then let me show you the extensions, which are the extensions I have installed. So I have auto rename tag. When you will rename the first tag, then the second tag and the closing tag will be auto renamed. And this one is the snippet ES7 plus React Redux snippet I have installed. When you will have this one installed, then you will be getting the snippets suggestions, right? So then I will write here, I will get the export default function for layout. So I will rename it to the, so you understand it better. So this one is for the tabs layout, and here we will paste the code that we have copied. Let me save it and let me show you. Okay, I think, okay, nothing. Actually, they have included the whole function. So we will remove all the stuff and we will simply paste it and good to go. Then we will save. Obviously, our page will break because we don't have any setting page and the home page. So let's simply create all the tabs and then create all the pages, and then we will be able to see the result here, right? So we will edit them as per our needs. So first of all, here we will have the two variables that we will be need for the active color and inactive color. Here let me write it as active color. Active color will be, let me copy it from here. For some reason my copy down key is not working, so let me write it here as inactive. The inactive color will be 9CA. Let me save and let me create all the tabs first. Then we will create all the pages. So the native tabs for the home. So we will have these tabs, and let me close this native tabs tag. And here what we have native tabs for the home. We have the tabs for the explore, for the favorites, and for the right. And now what we will do, we will create all the routes for these tabs, route pages. So we will create a new file for the home. It will be index.tsx or a nav. It will be for the home screen. So we can rename it to the home screen as well, or home page, home screen, and we will create the second screen for the explore. Sorry, not this one. Let me explode.tsx rnf explore screen, and that will be the sub screen, you can say as well. And the third will be favorites rnf screen, and the fourth screen will be for the profile, not with capital tsx rnf profile screen. Let me save. We have favorite screen, explore, we have home screen, all the screens, right? Home, explore, favorites, and the profile screen. And the fifth screen will be for the create listing, or you can say add listing, add property. So that will be for the admin. So we will create that. We will show that tab dynamically. If the you first we will check if the user is admin, then we will show that add property tab and the add property screen as well, right? So we will check it first, then we will render it. Here you can see our tabs got rendered when we created the tabs inside the layout.tsx file and created all the screens related to these tabs. Then we have successfully created all the tabs, and here we have all the related screens for them. For example, if we will render it as home screen, then you will get the home screen text here. And if we go to explore, then you can see we have the explore screen. Then we move to and profile, then all the screen got rendered. And here you can see very beautiful liquid glass tabs. And actually I am on the Android on a physical iPhone device. That's why the tabs are in a liquid glass effect. And in case if you are on the Android, then we will also cover these tabs for the Android. So actually these native tabs are for the iOS iPhone devices, and you will get any error for that specific code. So we will cover the Android as well. So let me edit it for now. Here on the right side, you can see I have Android emulator running, and if I show you the navigation full screen, then you can see the explore screen got rendered, but here the navigation is very disturbing. So we will edit our navigation code for the Android as well. And on my physical phone, that is iPhone device, the navigation on the iPhone is working very fine, that I have showed you earlier. So now we will cover the topic for the Android as well. So what we will do first, let me cut it from here. We will simply cut it from here, and here we will close the braces, and here I will write platform. We will use platform from React Native platform.os. If it's equals to iOS, actually these are 1, 2, and 3, right? So equals to iOS. If the platform is Apple devices, then do what? For the iPhone, we will write, let me write it as iOS tab layout, render this function. Otherwise, render the Android tab layout. Perfect. Let me minimize it from here. Let me close the index, explore screen, favorite screen, and profile screen. Let me wrap the file as well. Okay. Now what we will do, we will create the function for iOS tab layout and Android tab layout. So here on the top, I will write we will create a function with the name of, and here we will simply return what we have cut from the navigation for the iPhone. So I will simply paste all the native tabs here. Let me save, and we will also create a function for the for the Android tab layout as well. Android tab layout, and inside the return we will have these things. Here I will use tabs from React Native from Expo router, and inside the tabs I will paste some navigation tabs that are using tabs.screen. And inside the tabs.screen we have name as index, this one, the home screen, and inside the options we have title as home and tab bar icon as color, size, and focused. We are using ion icons. We will import the ion icons from the we will import the ion icons from the Expo that ion icons successfully imported. And if the focus is home, then home outline. Otherwise, the color is color and the size is equals to size, that it will get perfect. Now what we will do, we will hard code this is admin for now, and when we will configure our clerk, then we will make it functional. So first of all, let me hard code it as phones is admin goes to false, and here inside the tabs tag we will have some options as screen options like this. Okay, so I will copy and paste. So these are some screen options, and when we have pasted the screen options and we have created the tabs, here you can see we have successfully got the navigation for the Android. Let me hide this terminal in case if in the this navigation is under this dash, then you can simply um, increase the height. For example, if I made the height is equals to 73, then it will be viewed. And here you can see home, explore, favorites, and the profile. Now our navigation code will be working on different devices, like it will be working on Android and it will be working on iPhone as well, right? And with different navigation, like here on the Android you can see this type of navigation, and on the iPhone device you already seen that we have the liquid glass navigation, right? The native tabs. So now what we will do, we will complete our auth pages, like we will create the sign up and the sign in screens, and for that purpose we will have the folder inside the app folder, right? So first of all, before moving forward to the clerk setup, let me go inside the globus.css file and copy paste some styling. Like we will have some styling for the flux center. We will have item center and justify center. Flux between will be item center and justify between. These are some custom classes that we have created. Let me Alt Z between button and for the input, right? Let me save the file and close it from here. And we will also edit our app.json file as well. Inside the app.json, what we will have assets images will be equals to logo. Let me write it as logo, iOS, sport tablet rule, Android. Let me change the color to white, and foreground image will be equals to splash. Let me alt Z. It will be flash means splash.png. Inside the assets images we have, right? And background image, we can simply remove this from here, and monochrome image, we can simply remove it from here. Adaptive icon, background color, and the background image, foreground image, right? And after this, we will have true and false, color metro, and favicon will be PNG. We can simply make it as logo.png, and plugins, we have no favicon.png. That's why I have wrote it as logo.png. And inside the plugins, we have Expo router and splash. It will be splash. This one white. The background color will be black, and experiments, etc. Everything is correct. So now one thing is we have left, that is for the create property, navigation create property for the iPhone. Let me here. It's simply if the is admin is true, then simply render this native tab for the create property, add property, right? But if I make it to true, sorry, and save, then you will see fifth tab for the, actually this is admin state will be inside the functions here. Let me copy it from here for the Android and iOS as well. We are hard coding for now, then we will set up the clerk, then we will make it functional. And obviously we need to create the add page as well. So I will write it as add.tsx and RNF add screen. Let me save it, and now we will get the tab here. Here you can see we have the, then we will go to add. Here you can see the add screen. And don't worry, we will cover this add screen content and other pages content. We will make these content inside the safe area view, so they will be visible perfectly, right? So don't worry at all. We will make it actually working real estate application like you see in the real world. Let me close this add screen page, layout screen, and this layout as well. So we will go inside the browser. Here I will open the Clerk, and we will go inside the Clerk authentication and user management, clerk.com, their official site. If you have seen my previous projects, then you already know that I have already created a lot of projects using Clerk, and using Clerk, the setup of authentication is very easier and very beneficial. More than authentication, complete user management. Actually, it's a complete management, user management system. And here you can see they have already all type of components, sign up components, sign in, user button, user profiles, ready-made components that you can use for your web and the mobile applications. So first of all, what I will do, we will click on start building for free, and here we are on get started page, the Clerk documentation. So select your SDK, we will select the Expo, and here you can see they are available for all the SDKs for Next.js, for React, Stack, Express, different stacks, right? So here we will go for Expo Quick Start example repositories. You can find and read these repositories as well. Native components, JavaScript, native sign-in optional. Here, first of all, we will sign up. If you have not already created an account on Clerk, then you will go for sign up. Otherwise, I have created already an account, so I will go for sign in. From here, you will go for Google for the sign up, and already have an account, I will click on sign in. Here, after logged in, we are on the dashboard. We will click on, and here the application name will be Astora YT, email and Google. And from here, I will turn off the for Google, and we will go for only email, create application, sign up as your first user, copy prompt, follow the setup instructions in your agent, etc. And here we will go for the quick start documentation, closable tabs, and here we are on the Next.js. We will click on Expo, and after that, here you can read the documentation for the Expo start guide. And here we are on the JavaScript native signing optional. Enable native API, create a new Expo Go app. We have already created the Expo application. Removed the starter routes as well. Now we will go for the install dependencies. So let me copy it from here, and we will run this on our terminal. Let me create the second terminal. Hit here, hit enter, and after this we will have the fifth step, that is set your Clerk API keys. Inside the second step, here you can see our project has been selected, and we will copy it from here. We will create the .env file inside the root. Here we will save it, and now we will go to the Clerk provider. We are going to add Clerk provider to our root layout file. So inside the app / layout.tsx, we can copy the whole as it as well. We will go inside the layout. If I show you here, you can see everything is as it. Here you can see import slot from Expo router. We are importing global.css as well. So let me copy line by line. So we will copy these two. Slot is already available here, imported. So here I will simply import the at the top. Let me write it here. We are importing Clerk provider and token caching. Then we have slot and the global. After this, we will copy this line, and after this, we will copy this as well. So we have successfully imported publishable key, and we are checking if not publishable key, then simply throw the error. After this, we will copy this from here. Let me copy it from here as well. It will be with return. Let me save the file, and now we will go for next step, that is add sign up and sign in pages, and we will create layout.tsx file as well inside the auth folder. So let me copy it from here. We will create it inside the app folder, and here you can read these lines as well. Create an auth root group. This will group you sign up and sign in pages. So we will create the sign up and sign in pages inside it. So let me inside the app folder, we will create a file, paste it, and here you can see we have created the auth folder and the underscore layout.tsx file, and we will create the sign up and sign in pages as well inside the auth folder.tsx. We will also create the sign in as well, sign in page, and inside the layout.tsx file, what we will have this content. Let me copy it from here. I will paste it inside the layout file. Save the file, and what we have next have sign up pages and sign in. You can read these components as well. Otherwise, we will be creating our own sign up and sign in pages. Here we are done with the root layout file. We will simply close this file from here. We will close the .env file as well, and this auth root layouts, actually we will simply cut this section from here. We will move it from here, and so we will go inside the app, and here we will create a folder with the name of root as per our project structure. In our project structure, after the auth folder, we have the root folder, and the tabs folder is inside the root folder. So we will move the tabs inside the root. Let me close the readme.md file, and here inside the root folder, we will create a file with the name of layout.tsx. Here you can see the layout.tsx file is inside the root folder. So here I will write rnf, and what we will do here, we will and we will simply, I will paste all the content here. Here we are getting is signed in and is loaded from the use auth, and let me cut this import from here, and we are getting is signed in and is loaded from the use auth, and use auth from the Clerk Expo, and here we are checking if not is loaded, then return null, and if is signed in, it is signed in, then simply redirect to this URL, that is redirect href sign in, and it will be if not is signed in. If the user is not signed in, then we will redirect that user to the sign in page, right? And we will import the redirect from the Expo router, and after this check, we will return what? We will return the stack navigation, and will have screen options. Screen options will be header shown false. Don't worry, I will explain you what it does. And inside this auth file, what we will do, we will return this stack, we will save this file, and we will write for the sign up page and for the sign in pages. We will save these files, and let me correct this. We accidentally removed the starting tag, and I hope everything should work fine now. And here you can see the page setup. Now we will simply reload the page. let me press M and we will reload it. And make sure this should be enabled. Currently it's enabled and giving option for disabling the fast refresh. So in my case, the fast refresh is enabled, and you should have make it enabled as well, right? So I have already, okay, I have checked with npx expo star dash dash clear, but it's still giving errors sometimes, and it's working on iOS, but on Android sometimes it's giving errors related to the, if still the error comes, we will try it with downgrade. If I show you inside the package.json file, here inside the package.json, this Clerk Expo 3.7.0 variant, we will downgrade this variant to 3.4.2, the more stable variant. But currently we are not getting any error, so that's why only the npx expo start dash dash clear, this will helps. It will start with the and reload the application, right? So these were the two solutions if you will get any error regarding the Clerk Expo. So now what we will do, we will close the package.json file, and here if I show you, we are on sign screen because we are not logged in. Here you can see we are checking if the user is not signed in, then redirect to the slash sign in. That's why we are on the sign in page and we are not getting any tabs navigation here because the user is not authenticated. That means the user is not signed in. That's why he will not be able to access the uh, pages, or you can say tabs navigations, home, explore page, profile page. That's why we will serve them with the sign in screen. So now let's build our sign in and sign up screens. So for going to the sign up screen, we will move our users to the sign up. We have a sign up and we are again getting that error. So we will go inside the second terminal, and here we will download Clerk Expo to 3.4.2. Let me enter it and I hope it will work. And one thing more that is important here, that this thing is working very well on our application, is working fine on the iOS. And now we will start from, let me control C, close this project, stop the server, and here we will run npx export start, and here you can see our app is working fine. After the, let me show you here was that after running the npm install Clerk Expo 3.4.2, we have downgraded it, and after that we have run the npx export clear. We have started the server here, right? Let me keep it down here, and no, we will, here we have changed this reader to the sign up, and but here we are getting the sign in screen. So what we will do, we will reload the, let me press M, and here we will reload, and we will be navigated to the sign up page, right? And here the issue is actually we should write it as bool route, that will be /r, right? So we will write it like this. Now I will reload the application and let's see if the error is resolved or not. And here you can see after writing the bool route name, still after the reload, still it's showing the sign in screen. So what we will do, the root cause is actually sign in comes first alphabetically, and also this is the default behavior that if the user is unauthenticated, then clerk send it to the sign in page, and showing sign in page is the default behavior as well. So what we will do, we will change the initial route name. So I will write it here, initial route name will be sign up. Actually it's temporary. We will, after building our both sign up and sign in screens, we will write here sign in again, right? And we will remove this initial route name as well. So this one is temporary for building the sign up screen first, right? So what we will do, still it's showing sign in screen, so we have to reload the page so it uh, checks the authentication again and navigate to the sign up screen, right? So let's go to the sign up screen and let's building the sign up screen first. Here let me close this browser as well, and here you can see we are getting the sign up screen first. Now what we will do, we will write all the imports that will be necessary. Before writing the imports, let me show you something first. That here you can see the sign up. This one is a header, you can say. So we can remove these headers by writing here. If we write screen options, screen as shown, header shown. If we make it to false, then this header will be removed. And here you can see we are only seeing the content, not the headers, right? So we successfully removed the header from here, and we can copy and paste it for the on false. It has actually already okay. So what we will do now, we will have all these imports. So we have use sign up from Clerk Expo. We have link and user router from Expo router. We have use effect and use state from React, and activity indicator, image and keyboard avoiding view, platform scroll view, text input view. All these imports from the React Native, and safe area view from the React Native safe area context. And after this, inside the sign up screen, what we will write, we will have the sign up. We will destructure the sign up. We will destructure the sign up errors and fetch status from use sign up. And this use sign up hook is coming from the Clerk Expo. And after this, we have is signed in from use auth and router from use router. And we will have some use states for the form. So they will be first name, set first name is will be a use state, and we will import the use state from React. And after this, we will have last name, email, password, and verify two-factor authentication system, right? And after this, we will have is loading. We are saving the loading state inside the is loading variable, and here we are in fetch status. That's mean if the fetch status is equals to fetching a string, then the is loading will be equals to true. Otherwise, is loading will be false. And after this, we will create a function for the handle register, and it will be an async function. Let me save it, and after that we will have a function for the, let me move it down, or we can hide it as well. The second function for the verification handle verify code, it will be also an async function. And after this we will have the a variable with the name of const needs verification, and it will be a boolean. It will be either true or false. So let me make it to false initially, and after completing our page, we will make it functional, right? We will make it dynamically. So here we will write in place of view, we will write safe area view. So we will see this content, that is sign up screen. So here we will write safe areas view from React Native safe area content view, and here you can see the content is now inside the safe area, right? Nothing much complicated in React Native, only you have to write some tags or these kind of things, especially in UI. Here you can see we are using safe area view, we are using text for the text, any text, and here inside the safe area view we will remove this text, and here we will write, we will use another tag that will be very helpful for the form. When we will be filling a form, then the view will not be hurt. We will be viewing the for example, we will be viewing the first name and last name, and we will be filling the form while watching the screen. So the keyboard will not override the screen view, right? So here we will write keyboard avoiding view, and it will have some classes. The classes will be dynamically written conditionally, you can see here. And here we have behavior as platform.os is equals to iOS, then pending, otherwise undefined, right? And the scroll view will have some classes as flex and ground accent, edges as bottom, left, and right. Perfect. Here inside this keyboard avoiding view, we will write a scroll view so the screen can be scrolled. So here we will import the platform. Now the error will be cleared. And here inside the scroll view, we will have some content container class names, and let me write in the scroll view, we will have content container class name as flex grow, and keyboard should persist tabs as handled. And inside the scroll view, we will have the image from React Native. And what does the image will have? The image will have a source class name, and it will import the image from the images onboarding and width full and height of 399 pixels. The size mode as cover, right? And after the image, we will have the view tag that has a flex one and background accent, rounded top and margin top and padding from top as well. And gap will be 3.5. And it will have some text as well. So here we will paste some text that will be step one, otherwise step two. So if the user has needs verification, that's mean if the user is not verified user, then we will show step two as well. And if there is no needs verification, then show the step one up to, right? This text step one of two. And here we have the text as check your inbox, otherwise create account. And here we are conditionally text. We are rendering the text. If the user needs verification, then we will show we sent a code, otherwise we will show the your dream home is one step away, right? So we will import the view tag, we will import the text tag as well from React Native. And after this, we have needs verification. Already we made it to false. We hard coded it, but we will make it conditionally. So here after the text, what we will do, we will check conditionally the needs verification as again, if needs verification, then simply serve this soft code, otherwise this one, right? Let me save it and we will write the second case. So here what we will write, actually it will be inside the rounded braces. So here what we will do, here we will write inside these empty tags the view tag. It will have the input, and we will import this text input from React Native again. And view has already been imported, and what we have inside this text input classes as input, and flex one input is the custom class we have created inside the right. So keep it in mind. Placeholder is equals to first name, and placeholder text color value first name, that is a use state, that is a state. Here we have created first name and set first name. Non-change text equals to setter function of set first name, and auto capitalize will be words. Perfect. Same as for the last name. After the last name, we will have the text input for the email address. Same here. And after the email address, we will check for the errors, and then we will check for the, so here we are checking for all the errors related to the email address. And here we have some classes and errors dot message. Perfect. And after this, we will have a text input for the password. And after this text input for the password, we will check errors related to the password. And after this, we will have the button. Let me save it. So the button will be touchable opacity. Let me import it from React Native, and we will have hand register already the function initialized and native imported. And so this will be the button touchable opacity, and the classes as button that are coming from the global.css file, that is the custom class. And here we are checking conditionally if the loading is equals to true, then show the activity indicator. Activity indicator is kind of icon of loading icon, you can say. And otherwise render the text as create account, right? And after the touchable opacity, this button, we will have a view tag. Let me import the link, then I will explain it to you. Expo router. Okay. So this view has Justify Center, these two classes, and we have a text inside it. Already have an account, and here is the link for the sign in. So the user can navigate to the sign in page, right? And here is the view for native ID, right? It's actually a security anchor element, you can say it, required by Clerk authentication system to block bots, etc. Right? And one thing more important is that you have may noticed that each input and the button are all are the in a row. So maybe we have made a mistake. Yes, inputs. Okay, okay. We have mistakenly put all the test inputs inside this view. tag accidentally. So what we will do, we will move this view tag from here and we will move it to the top and it will be after the last name, right? This one. So we will save the file and only the first name and last name will be inside this view tag because they will be inside the row and all other text inputs will be in a column. Like here you can see email address, password and the touchable opacity. The button is inside a column. Now we will complete the verification block. So here first of all we will have a text input for the security verify code input kind of, and after this we will check for the errors and we will display the errors here with the help of the text tag, and after that we will have a button code or you can say confirm continue, right? So this will be the button for the confirming the after entering the two-factor authentication code and pressing the button for continue. And we have the function for handle verify code that we have already initialized here. So after this confirm and continue button, what we will have a button for the resend code. As you can see in real world, they have a button for the resend code available. For example, inside the Instagram, inside the Facebook, you can also notice. So you have noticed there as well. So this one is the kind like that button resend code. Inside the touchable opacity we have resend code and inside the touchable opacity we have start over. That's mean start from the first step. Perfect. Now let me remove this extra line and let me see, we will complete the logic here for we will complete our register function. So we will make this sign up page functional. So inside the hand register button will destructure the, we will get the error from the await sign up, and this sign up is coming from the use sign up dot password. So sign up dot password, and here we will write email address equals to email and password and first name also email address will be equals to email, and we are sending the password. So after this here we will write if, then simply return console.error, and here we will have the error. After this we will have await sign up dot verifications dot send email code, and it will be a function we will call it. And after this we will have the handle verification function. Inside the handle verification we will write the verifications that code will be verify code, and we will check if sign up dot status is equals to complete, then simply await sign up dot finalize, and inside the finalize we will have the navigate session and decorate URL. It will get session and decorate URL, and here we are checking if session dot current task, then simply return and router dot replace decorate URL as we will navigate the user to the, we will redirect the user to the uh, home page, that is the index, and here we write it as any. Perfect. We will also complete it as well. Const needs verification, it will be equals to, we will check if sign up dot status, if sign up dot status equals to missing requirements, and sign up dot unverified fields dot includes email address, and sign up dot missing field 0. In these cases the needs verification will be equals to true, right? Otherwise it will be false. And here we will create a use path as well. Let me import it first from React, and here we will check if complete or is signed in. I think we have imported the is signed in already. Okay, then do what? Then replace slash tabs, and we will have the inside the dependency array we will have is signed in. We will also check if the sign up status is equals to complete or is signed in, then return null. So we have made all the best practices as well. Now let me check. Here if we write John Doe, and here if we write code at small@gmail.com and password as any, create account. Here you can see we are navigated to the second step. Check your inbox, and here if I check the emails, here you can see we got the code. So let me copy it from here, paste it here, confirm and continue. Here we have resend code and start over buttons. Perfect. It's loading and it's the loading indicator. Perfect. Each and everything is working fine. We got error. Actually, we did a mistake. We will go inside the browser. Here we are on the dashboard of the Clerk. Here you can see our user has been added, registered here, but we are getting the issue inside the two-factor authentication system. So what we have to do, we have to configure some settings. We will go inside the configurations, and here these settings should be on. Verify at sign up, email verification code. We will go inside the updates here as well, and here inside the when you update, we will update it from here. Are you sure you want to update manual only billing plans? Sorry, not this one. It's this one is actually for annual only billing plans. I am not getting here uh, for some reasons, but here you will get, if you will get here the client trust status, then you would simply click on update, and here you will click on update again, right, for client trust status. And by updating it, you will make sure to enable the feature that whenever a user will log in from a different device, then he need to enter the provide the second factor authentication, two-factor authentication code. So the code will be sent to their respective email address, and he need to enter that code inside that two-factor authentication block, right? So here inside the settings, sorry, not in the settings, here inside the user and authentication, we will click on user and authentication, and these things should be on for that purpose. Sign up with email, require email address, verify at sign up, email verification code, this one. Email verification code and email verification code. User can sign with an email verification code. Perfect. And then you will go inside the password block. Then here you will find the sign up with password, add password to account, and here is the client trust feature that is already enabled in my case. So in your case, you need to enable this client trust feature from here as well, if you don't find there as well, right? New device sign-ins requires extra verification. Configure, I have already enabled, so no need to enable it again. And if we go to the documentation, here let me export docs. Here we will click on explore the docs, and from here, if we will go to the quick start guide, and while when we set up the Clerk Expo inside the first step, there was a option for the native application. If you go here, native application, then this native application option should be enabled, right? In case if you have not enabled it, then you can go from here as well, and you can enable it from there. In my case, the native API already enabled, and from here we were on the user authentication block. We were checking the email and password, and here is the native API option, native application, and this should be enabled. Enable native API. Perfect. So here we have the user registered successfully, but we are getting error, as error was like about maximum depth exceeded. Here if I show you again, here we were getting the error as well by registering the user. So what we will do, we will make some changes here as well. While I was reading the code, if there need to remove this navigation from here, because we are already handling the navigation here as well through router.replace. So what we will do, we will remove this remove this navigation inside the finalize, right? Let me save it here, and what we will do as well, here we will destructure the error as well while calling this block, and we will also write it inside the try catch block as well. So here inside the try block, I will paste the code, and here we are getting the error, destructuring the error from this sign up dot verification dot verify email code, and here we will write if error, then in this case console dot error json dot stringify null, and number will be 2, and here we will write the return. In case we get an error, we will stop the execution here, right? And inside the catch block, here we are getting the error, and let me write it as yeah, and here I will write console dot and here we will write verification. Here, perfect. And now we will go to the second thing. Here we will remove this initial route name as sign up as well. This can also cause the problem while navigating after the successful sign up. So let me check again. Here we will write, here I will hit R, reload the application and check if the error has been resolved or not. And we will remove the user from here and we will again register the user. Now here our application has been reloading. Our application has been reloaded, and what I will do, I will again put this line of code and move over here. Instead of writing that stuff again, this one, what we will do, let me close this layout.tsx file, and here from here inside the sign up page, I will copy this link tag, and here inside this sign screen we will create a temporary button. Let me import it from the Expo router, and here inside instead of view I will write safe area view, import from React native safe area. Let me save, and here you can see we are getting the sign in link button, right? So when we will click here, then we will automatically go to the sign up screen. Oh, sorry, here it should be sign up. Let me save, and here you can see we have the sign up button. So we will click on sign up button and we will be navigated to the sign up screen. Perfect. Now what we will do, we will again fill the form. Also John Doe. We will create account and we will enter the two-factor authentication code, click confirm and continue, and we will be navigated to the home screen, right? Here the Android emulator needs to be clear the cache with running the npx expo npx expo start dash dash clear and reloading the application. But let me close it from here, and let me show you inside the physical device. I hope you guys will be on the physical device as well. Let me remove this user from here, delete the user, delete user, and here I will show you the inside the physical device. So what we will do here, we will write the name as John. Autofill is on my device, create account, and here we will provide the two-factor authentication code. That will be 879453 and continue. Let me check here. First of all, let me here I will close the server, control C, and here I will write npx expo start dash dash clear, and we will restart the application here. Here let me reload the application, minimize, and here you can see our beautiful logo and our iOS will be updated. So, and here you can see we are successfully navigated to the home screen, right? And from here you can see a beautiful liquid glass effect on the tab navigation, right? We can go to the favorite space, profile, add, property, and the home screen. And we are logged in after the sign up. So what we will do now, we will complete the sign in screen, and one thing more that we have left here, we change this redirection to the sign up. That was the temporary, and here we will again make it to the sign in. Perfect. Let me close it from here, and here we will complete the sign up screen, sign in screen. Let me sign out. First of all, we will sign out, so we will be redirected to the sign in screen. So inside the home screen, I will create a temporary sign out button. So let me go inside the, okay, let me write inside the profile. So here inside the profile, I will create a sign out button, a temporary sign out button. Let me make it here. Let me hide this and Alt Z so you can see the whole code. And now I will write the sign out. Here let me copy and paste the handle sign out, and we will get this sign out from the use auth, and here we will import the, and we will also import the router from Expo router. Actually, let me control Z, and here we will write the const router is equals to use from Expo router. Perfect. Use router from Expo router and use auth from Clerk Expo. And here our UI has been broken because of touchable opacity. We will import the touchable opacity. And we will also import the ion icons. Let me save the file and let me reload the page. I will type M, and from the mobile screen I will select reload. And here, after reloading the screen, you can see if we navigate to the profile, here we have the sign out button. Let me sign out. We are redirected to the sign in screen. Perfect. And now we will create our sign in screen as well. So first of all, I will copy some imports. We will import use sign in, link, use router, use state. We will have activity indicator, image, keyboard avoiding view, platform, scroll view, text input, and all this stuff. Otherwise, you can also copy it from here because it's very similar to the sign up screen. You can copy the whole code from the sign up page and then you can simply edit it. So here inside the sign screen, we will have sign in errors and fetch status from use sign in and router from use router. And after this, we will have some states for the email, password, and verify code. As you can see here inside the sign up page, sorry, we have the for email, password, and verify code. These states you can copy it from here as well, all the code. And after these states, we will have the loading is loading. If the fetch status is equal to fetching, then the is loading will be true, otherwise it will be false. And we will have a function with the name of go to app that will have session and decorate URL of session dot current task return place fine. And after this, we will have the handle login function. So this handle login function will have await sign in dot password as well that we have checked inside the here inside the handle registration as well. Here we are checking await sign up dot password and providing all the stuff. And here we are checking the inside the sign in screen, we are checking the sign in dot password and providing all the stuff, email and password. And if error, then stop the execution. Otherwise, if the sign in dot status is equals to complete, then sign dot finalize and navigate to this thing, same as it that we have checked here. Finalize, same as like this. And here we are checking else if sign up dot status is equals to needs second factor, then sign in dot mfa dot send phone code. If there is a need of second factor authentication code, then send the code to the phone with the help of send phone code function. And here the email factor, that's mean if the email verification is available as the second authentication factor, then send a verification code to the user's email, right? And here we are getting the error inside the console. And after this, we will check for the handle verify code function. So we will have another function for handle verify code await signing dot. Here we are again checking. That's mean if the sign in process is completely finished, then simply call this go to function, right? This one. And after this, we will have a variable with the name of needs verification, and it will be a boolean. If the sign in dot status is equals to needs client trust, then it will be true, otherwise it will be false, right? And now we will have the same UI here as we have inside the sign up. Safe area view, flex one, and edges are bottom left, right. You can copy it from here. We will have safe area view, and after this, we will have the keyboard avoiding view. And let me remove this link and text from here, and we will have this closing keyboard avoiding view. And inside it, we will have a scroll view as well as like we have inside the sign up page. Scroll view closing tag, and inside this we will have the image tag. We will have an image, and after that image we will have the dark card as we have inside the sign up page. And inside this view we will have these text as verify it's you, otherwise welcome back, and text as check your inbox. If the needs verification is true, then check your inbox, otherwise sign in, as we have inside the sign up page, just like that. And after these texts, we will check as we did inside the sign up screen. If the needs verification is true, then simply display the text input as set verify code, a placeholder for putting the verification code, and an error check. We will display the text that we get as the error. In case of any error we will get during the, for example, if the verification code is incorrect, etc., etc. And here we will have the touchable request button. After entering the verification code, we will have the button, and here we will have the button for the recent code and for the start over. That's mean start from fresh. And the second case, if there is no needs, if the needs verification is false, then we will display the sign in screen. We will display the email input, and here is the error check, and we will display the password input, error check for the password, and the button for the sign in, and the links for the don't have an account, etc., and sign up link. Perfect. Let me save this file, and here you can see our sign in screen has been completed. Now what we will do, here I will enter the account that we have created, and we will simply click on the sign in. Here we have the after successful login, we are redirected to the home screen. Perfect. Now it's time to complete our home page. For completing our home page, first of all, we will set up the backend. For backend, we will be using Supabase. Here, let me show you on the Android emulator as well. So what we will do, let me reload it. Here you can see our app has been reloaded. Let me sign in using the email and password, and here you can see it's asking for the authentication code, verify, and we will be redirected to the home page. Perfect. And if we go to the profile screen, here we have the sign out button. A beautiful. Now we will go inside the browser, and we will create the we will set up the Supabase. Go for sign up. Otherwise, if you have already created an account, then go for sign in. Here we have successfully logged in inside the Supabase account. So here I have already created an organization. You can also create an organization with single or page text. So I will go inside this organization, and here I will create a new project. Here project name will be Astora, white database password, any strong password, and Asia Pacific, the nearest region, enable data API, automatic expose new tables. These two options will remain as it, and the third one as well, create new project. And here you can see we are inside the dashboard and the project. For project name, Supabase address, and here we have the project overview. So I will click on connect, and when you will click on connect, you will be landed on connect to your project page. So here we will select the framework, use the client library. Play framework will be, in our case, Expo React Native. Give your agent everything it needs. You can copy prompt from here as well, and install package Supabase JS. Copy the script from here, and here inside the terminal we will paste the script Supabase JS. And second, we will set up our environment variables. Let me copy it from here, and we will go inside let me close all these extra tabs, and we will open the .env file, and here after the first variable we will paste the copied environmental variables here. Perfect. Now the third step is install agent skills optionals. You can install the agents if you are working with them. And if we go to utils Supabase, then here you can see we have React Native async storage. This will allow us to store things inside the local storage. So we will copy it from here, and we will install it as well. npm install React Native async storage, and hit enter. Let me close the environmental variables file, and now we can simply close the dialog from here. The drawer has been closed, and now here if I show you, currently we are on project overview tab, and here you can see different tabs, like we have table editor. All our data and our tables will be listed here. Currently, we have no data, no table, and here is the SQL editor. SQL editor will be helpful for run SQL queries. So we will do this later. And here we have database authentication, storage for store our images, right? So edge function, real time, and different kind of things. So we will be using in our application whenever there will be a need. If we go to table editor, let me show you an example of the Supabase SQL tables. Here You can see for this one is for an e-commerce, I think. So our data will be kind like of that. Here you can see a table for persons, then table for customers, vendors, carts, and they are connected with each other. So they are kind in a relations. Here you can see, and they have name, surname, and ID, contact, name, surname, ID, integer, contact, JSON, and category, like this, right? So we will create tables inside our Supabase kind like of that. So basically there are two ways to create a table. You can create tables directly inside the table editor as well by clicking on create a table and filling all the required fields and the columns or ID created at and etc. And then you can save after this. And the second option is you can go to the SQL editor. I have already provided you with all the SQL queries and data inside the readme.md file. Let me open it as a preview. Open as preview. We have already checked the file till the project structure. Now after the project structure inside the Supabase setup, we have all the SQL below in order inside your Supabase SQL editor. Below in order inside your Supabase SQL editor. So for user tables, we have create table users, ID, UI ID. You can simply copy it from here and we will simply go back and here inside the new tab, inside the SQL editor, we will paste. Then we will paste this and we will click on run and enable row level security. Select this and here you can see success, no rows returned. Perfect. Now when we will go back to our table editor, here you can see we have our first table with the name of users. And here you can see all the things that we have added through SQL editor. Here are applied. ID, clerk ID will be text, email will be text, first name will be text, last name, and after the last name we have avatar URL is admin created at each and everything that is necessary for our real estate project and for the users table. Now the next thing is users row level security policies. And you already know when running the SQL query here, we selected on enabling row level security. We have clicked that button. That's why we have clicked and we have enabled the row level security. And obviously we in SQL, we need to add row level security policies as well. That's main. Uh, you can say it like kind of limitations. Basically, we are saying Supabase that the table users will enable users so that they can insert their own row on users table, and the check is clerk ID will be auth.jwt, and the second policy will be users can read their own row. For example, they will they can read their own row from here. If I show you table editor again, this one is my ID, clerk ID, email, and first name. Fine. And the third policy is users can update own row. That's mean the user can update their own row. For example, in the profile, user can update their first name, last name, or especially you can say the avatar URL, their profile picture. Perfect. As we are using clerk for authentication, so basically it will be happened using clerk plus Supabase. Perfect. So we will copy these row level security policies from here. As I showed you earlier that you can add the tables manually from here inside the table editor. So similar to this, you can also create row level security policies as well manually by going to inside the databases. You can go to database and inside the database, inside the access control section, there is a policies section, policies tab for adding the policies manually. You can here from here you can create a policy and you can write the policy name as in our case the policy name is users can insert own row, right? And you can copy and paste it here. Users can insert their own row. Then you can write as here the on users for insert. So you will select insert and after this you will add the clerk ID is equals to auth.jwt. You will add this line here inside the seventh row and save policy. Perfect. But we will go for the automatic process. We will only copy and paste all these stuff and our policies will be added automatically. Here, if I show you the schema visualizer, basically our tables will be look like this. ID, clerk ID, email, first name, last name, avatar, URL is admin and created at. This one is our for the users table. Perfect, that we have created. So now we will go inside the SQL editor and I will click on plus and here we will paste what we have copied. Alter table users enable row level security. Users can insert on row and we will click on run. And here you can see we got success. No rows returned. Perfect. Because we got the success. Now here if I show you again, if we go to the database and the policies, here you can see we got our first policies for the users table. And you can see users can insert on row, insert public, users can read on row, select public, users can update on row, update public under the policies section inside the database. Now what we will do, we will now as we have created the tables for the users and policies for the user, and the second main thing for the users and for the authentication related is we will go to the authentication and we will connect our clerk to our Supabase account. So what we will do, we will go inside the sign-in providers, inside the authentication, and then sign-in providers. We will go inside the third-party auth, and here we will click on add provider. As we are using clerk for authentication, so we will go inside the, we will select it, the clerk, and we will go to our clerk account and in the configurations under API keys, you will get all the API keys listed here at the right side. And from these list of API keys, we will copy the front-end API URL. Let me copy it from here. We will go back to Supabase. We will paste it here and click create connection. Perfect. Now our Supabase is successfully connected to the clerk, successfully created a new clerk integration. So basically we integrate the clerk with Supabase. Perfect. Now we will go back to our Visual Studio Code. After the users row level security policies, we have the properties table. We will copy all from here. You can copy only the table and paste it here in SQL editor in the new, and as like did we did for the users, we pasted the users table in separate query and we pasted the security policies in a different query. We can also paste in copy and paste as rule the tables and the security. Let me copy it from here. Table plus security. We can do this as a rule. This one is our tables data. And after the tables data, we have the security policies related to that properties table. And inside the properties table, what we have, let me show you here. We have ID, default, generate random UUID, and title will be text, not null, description is text, and price will be numeric, not null, and type will be text, bedrooms integer, bathrooms integer, area fit will be integer, and address will be text, city text, latitude float, longitude float, and images will be text, is featured will be boolean, it will be true or false, and is sold, it will also be boolean, and created at will be a timestamp with time zone default now, and the security policies will be properties enable row level security, that will be properties are publicly readable. So we have only one policy for this, and properties on properties table for select and using true. Perfect. We will click on run and we have got a success. Perfect. That's mean our table and the security policies for that specific properties table has been added. Now what we will do, we will go back and here we will copy the table and the policies for the saved properties. Let me copy it from here. We will click on add new. Let me copy it from here again. We do this again. Control C and here we will press Control V. Okay. Here we have the table for the saved properties. Inside the saved properties, we will have ID, user ID, that will be UID, and created that will be a timestamp, and it will be unique for the user clerk. It will have user clerk ID and the property ID. And for the saved properties, we will have security role of security policies as well. For example, we will have users can read own saved properties. Each user will be able to read their own saved properties only. For example, the John cannot be able to read the saved properties for the second person. For example, for the Isabella. And here, basically, they are checking for the authentication that the user is should be authenticated. And obviously, a user will be logged in so that he will be able to see their saved properties. Perfect. And users can search saved properties. A user will be able to select a property to save in their saved or favorites list, and it should be authenticated user. And the third policy is will users can delete own saved properties. That's mean user can save and delete the properties to their respective favorites list. That's mean he will be able to save and unsave. Perfect. Let me run. It will be a success, and then I will show you all the tables and the policies. We will go inside the database. Inside the database, here you can see inside the schema visualizer, we have the, so from here, we have the users table, email, first name, last name, avatar, URL, is admin, and created at. Here you can see Supabase is a complete package. Here you can find and get each and everything that you will need for your application. They also providing a visualizer section to show you the the best feature, kind of displaying your schema in a visualizing. Here you can see we have the users table, we have the properties table, and the saved properties table. They are all connected. Perfect. Appealing, beautiful, and hope you will be understand it much better now. You can see we have all fields, latitude, longitude, images is sold, created at bathrooms, and you can also see your tables here inside the table editor. Properties, saved properties, and users. Here you can see each and everything. And if we go to the database and inside the policies, here you can see all the policies are added for the properties, for the saved properties, and for the users table. All the policies for their respective table has been added here. Perfect. Now what we will do, we will go inside the Visual Studio Code for the storage bucket. Here after the saved properties table and their respective security policies, here we have the storage bucket. For storage bucket, we have these 5 lines. Let me control C, copied it from here. Basically, you can add the storage bucket from here inside the storage, and then create select on the plus new bucket, and here you will select the bucket name and select these things. But we will go to the SQL editor, as this one is more helpful, and it will be automatically add the storage bucket. And here you can see insert into storage dot buckets ID, name, and public values will be property images, and it will be true. And the security policies for the bucket will be public can read property images. That's mean everyone can read the property images. And storage dot objects for select using bucket ID is equal to property images. Perfect. We will select run, and here you can see we got the success. That means we have successfully created the storage bucket here. And here you can see inside the storage, here we have created the storage bucket with the name of property images. Perfect. We will go back to our SQL editor, and we will copy the next thing that is related to admin row level security policies. We will copy these from here, Control C, and we will select new one, paste, run, and here you can see success. We have successfully added the security policies for the admin. And here, but we are saying add column if not exist is admin boolean create policy. Admin can insert properties. Only the admin can be able to insert the properties, add the properties, create the properties. That is a default behavior of a real estate application. Perfect. And On properties table, the policy will be insert and it will check if the select one from users should be authenticated ID. That's mean the user should be logged in using clerk, and the is admin property should be true. If I show you inside the table editor, inside the user, here we have a property with the name of is admin, and this is admin should be true, right? And the second policy is admin can update properties. That's mean admin can be able to update properties and checking the authenticated user, and is admin should be true, and admin can delete properties. That's mean admin can be able to delete the properties and checking the user is authenticated or not, and is admin should be true. Perfect. Also, we have admin can upload property images. That's mean admin can be able to upload property images. Then he will be creating the new property inside the add new property page, and we are checking the user is authenticated or not, and is admin should be true. Perfect. And we have already selected run, and we got the success. Here, if I show you again inside the database and inside the policies, here you can see we have the properties table, saved properties, users table, and everything has been added. All the policies got added. Admin can delete properties, update properties, insert. Perfect. We will go inside the table editor, and each and everything has been completed regarding the tables and the security policies. Now we will close the and we will connect our application to the Supabase so that we will be able to save the currently logged in clerk user to the database. That is in our case Supabase. So the currently logged in user will be saved here inside the users table. So let's go and build it. We will let me close the root folder, close the auth folder, close the app, and here what we will do first, we will create a folder with the name of library new file. Here we will create a folder with the name of lib, and the file name will be supabase.ts, and inside the supabase.ts file that is inside the library, here we will import the Supabase client. So we will auto import it. First of all, we will write const Supabase URL is equal to process.env.expo public Supabase URL. Here, let me hide this sidebar, and here we will write it like this, and we will have the Supabase and that we have inside the .env file. Here we have the expo public Supabase key. Perfect. Let me save this, and here we will write. Here we are getting a suggestion that are absolutely correct, and here we will write export const Supabase. It will be equals to create client, and we will accept this AI suggestion. Create client, we will import the create client from Supabase GS. Let me import it manually. Import from at the rate of Supabase GS, and let me select it and control space, and we will get the suggestion create client. Perfect. Now after this we will have some comment. Here we will paste this comment, and let me alt Z to wrap the files so you can see the whole code. Let me, okay, here what we will do. Here I will write export function. We will create a function for the this client. The name is create Supabase client. Here it will take get token. It will be a function, and promise string or null. And here we will write, actually we will return the create client with Supabase and Supabase key and async access token and returning get token. So basically, as the comments also suggesting that basically this code is initializing a Supabase client for database operations and creates an authenticated client that uses clerks JWT tokens. Here you can see using the get token, and the authenticated client securely sends the user's access token with every user's request. So basically it enabling the Supabase row level security to identify and authorize users as they are sending the JWT token with every request. Moreover, I have already added the necessary comments so you can understand it better. After this, we will create another file. We will create a custom hook with the name of use user sync. So we will create file inside the hooks. We will create the folder with the name of hooks, and we will create use user sync dot. Actually, this one is a best approach to create different types of folders for their respective files. For example, for the libraries, all the libraries should be inside the library folder. All the hooks should be inside the hooks folder. Otherwise, your UI pages like these add page, explore, favorites page, they will be very messy. So all the functionality should be there inside their respective folders. Like all the hooks should be under the hooks folder. All the libraries should be inside the library folders. All the services should be inside the services. For example, the database queries should be inside the services folder, and all the global states should be inside the stored kind of this. So we will go back to our use user sync file. So why we are creating this file, this hook file? Basically, I told you earlier, this will be a custom hook automatically synchronizes the authenticated clerk users information with our Supabase database. Whenever users will sign in, their profile will be changes. Then this automatically updates the application's global state by storing whether the user has admin privileges. For example, the user will get the add property feature or not regarding their is admin state after the database sync will be completed. So for the database sync between Clerk and Supabase, right? Or you can say it like that, for automatically creating or updating user records whenever a user will log in, right? It will check their authenticated status and their is admin state, so they will be able to show the our app will be able to show the add property tab, right? So enough explanation. Let me write the actual code first. Here I will write export const use user sync, and here we will destructure the user from use user hook. This user will coming from Clerk Expo, and after this we will get the is admin state. Here we will initialize set is admin will be equals to use user stored, and we will create the admin state. So here for globally managing the user state, for example, the user is admin or not, we will need a global state management system. So we are not using the Redux because the span is a lightweight alternative to Redux, and it will be used to manage the user's admin status globally without the boilerplate of Redux. The Redux uses a lot of, you can say, unnecessary boilerplates for beginners, or moreover, it uses simpler and cleaner code. That's why a lot of reasons using the Zustand in place of Redux. So here we will write npm install Zustand. So we will create a folder with the name of store in the root directory. So the new file name will be store. Store will be folder. So that's mean create a file under the store folder, store slash user store dot ts. We have created the store folder and user store dot. So here we will write import create from Zustand. We are getting the Zustand package, and here we will write interface user store. We will add the isAdmin as boolean, and we will add the set isAdmin as, here we will write is boolean, and it will return nothing. Perfect. And this is for the TypeScript, type safety. Perfect. Here we will write export const use user store. So we will be able to use the admin state globally for role-based features like adding properties with simpler and cleaner code. So here we will write const use user store. So it will be equals to create getting the suggestions. create user store set, and here we will have isAdmin as false and set is admin. It will take the state and set the state to the state that it will get. It will be simply take the state and set the state using the setter function of isAdmin. That is setting. Now we will be able to use the user state globally to check if the currently logged in user is admin or not. Let me save the file, and here we will import the file. We will get it from here, use user store, and here we will write, actually we will give the state, and here we will write state dot set is admin. We will get the set is admin. We will write const auth supabase, const auth supabase is equals to use Supabase. This custom use Supabase hook will be created to provide a reusable authenticated Supabase client throughout the application, and it will securely attaches the Clerk access token to every database request, and it will be using the memorization to prevent unnecessary client recreation, you can say, kind of that. So we will create it here. It should be export kind of this, and let me create it first. Use Supabase. We will create inside the second hook, first hook for the user sync, and the second hook will be for the Supabase. We will follow all the best practices. Use Supabase.ts. We created different types of hooks that will be necessary, and that are following the best practices. So here we will write export function use Supabase, and here it will get the get token. We will destructure the get token from the use art coming from the Clerk Expo. Let me select it and control space, and we will definitely get the suggestion. Perfect. Now we will write const client is equals to use memo for optimization. Here we will write, oh sorry, it will be like this, use memo, and here we will write the function that will be create Clerk Supabase client that will be coming from the Supabase. Sorry, let me pop it from here again. Actually, we will name it to create Clerk Supabase client. Perfect. Let me save the file, and here we will import Control C, and we will import it as well from library Supabase, this file, right? And here what we will write, we will a function, and here we will write get token, and after this here inside an array we will write the get token, and after this we will return the client, and we will also import the use memo from the React. Perfect. Enough for the use Supabase, and now we will be able to use the use Supabase hook all over our application. So first of all, we will import the Supabase hook inside the use user sync, and after this we will write a use effect function, and inside the use effect we will write if not of user then simply return, otherwise call the sync user function. And this sync user function is, I think the use effect has not been imported. Now we will create the sync user. So here we will create this sync user function. After this use effect function, here we will write const sync user, and we will write async, and we will write const record. Const record, it will take await, and we will add the observed user function. Observed user, and we will create the observed user. Don't worry, we will create this observed user as well, and I promise it will be last one. We will create this observed user in the services folder following the best practices. Here we will write observed user inside an object. We will write clerk dot underscore id. Sorry, clerk underscore id user important user dot id, and here we will write email will be user dot email addresses, and we will take the first dot email address. After this we will add the first name, last name, and after this we will provide the auth Supabase is equals to use Supabase. That is our hook, right? We are providing the auth Supabase, and After this, we will set is admin record, sorry, like this dot is admin, otherwise, or basically it will check if the record dot is admin is true or false, then use that value. Otherwise, if it is null or undefined, then use false instead. Perfect. And after this, will have completed this, and we will create the observed user. Let me go to the use Supabase. Oop, it's giving some errors. Maybe here it should be the comma. Perfect. Now what we will do, we will the observed user inside the services folder. So here we will create a services folder for users.ts. And in this last file, what we will write, first of all, we will write all the TypeScript data. Let me write export interface user data. It will be as clerk ID as string, email as string, first name as string or no, and last name like that, and avatar URL will be string. After this, we will have the interface user record. For the user record, the clerk ID will be string and userName will be boolean. And after this, we will add a comment for the observed user function. Export observed user, as you can see in the comment, what this observed user function will actually do. It will looks up a user by clerk ID. If found, then return. If not found, then simply insert a new user row return and returns the new. So here the question is why observed user instead of create user. So unlike create user, which only creates new users, observed users ensures that a valid user record is always available without creating duplicate entries, you can say. And it will update or return the existing user if they already exist, and otherwise it will be create a new user if they do not exist. So it will perform both operations. So here we will write inside the observed user, it will have the user data will be the user data, and Supabase client, Supabase client will be Supabase client from the Supabase dash JS, right? And after this, we will write promise. It will be a promise, and user record will be user record of null. Let me write it like this. It will be a promise and returns user record or perfect. And here we will write a try catch block. Inside the try catch block async function, we forgot to write here async function, and here inside the try block we will write const data existing is equal await Supabase client dot from users and dot select that is admin clerk ID and is admin. Let me wrap the file and is admin property, and here we will write dot equals to user data dot clerk ID. This should be equals to user data dot clerk ID. So basically we are getting that column where clerk ID equals to user, and here we will write dot single, and after this we will write if existing, then return existing as user record. And after this we will write const data will be as new user and await Supabase client dot from, we are getting the users column dot insert clerk ID user data dot clerk, and email will be user data dot email, first name, last name, and avatar URL. We are filling the form, filling the column, right? A row inside the users column, and D is admin and dot single, and not column inside the users table. User is a table, right? So after this we will return what, we will return the new user as user record, sorry, as user record null, right? And inside the catch block we will write console dot error observing user error return. Now we have completed our services for the observed user for the inside the users file. So here we will import the observed user here, and if we save, then here we can see our user functionality and all the files related to the user functionality has been completed. Now what we will do, we will simply go to the profile inside our application, and we will sign, and then we will log in again. then our user data should be added to the Supabase. That is our database, right? So here let logging in. Here you can see we are successfully logged in. And if we go to our users, and here if I refresh, oh, one thing important that we forgot to add, we have created all the functionalities, but we are not calling the use user sync inside our application. So we will go inside the main layout file inside the app, inside the layout.tsx file. Actually, this one inside the root directory, we have this layout file inside the app /sx. Here we will write the use user sync to sync the user data. So here I will write sync user data with super, and here we will write syncs use user sync, and we will import it from the hooks. Let me save it, and now what we will do, we will reload our application as well. So we make sure that we will not get any error. Let me reload. Okay, let me control C and run the application again by writing npx expo start -c. Let me check again. We'll go inside the profile, sign out, test the code app smart. Let me sign in. We are successfully logged in, and now if we reload our database here, let me check. First, if we go to Supabase, okay, here inside the leon.tsx file, we are importing it. And inside the use user sync file, we are checking the user and calling the sync user as well. That is correct. Sorry, it should be here. We have not written the dependency array and added the user here. We will add the user here, and everything is correct inside the use user sync, inside the use Supabase, use store, and let me close this layout.tsx file and users file. It's almost correct. It's almost correct. Okay. Reloaded the application, and now what we will do, we will check again and hope everything will be fine now. We are successfully logged in, and now we will check again. Let me refresh table, and inside the users table, here you can see we have successfully get the saved the currently logged in user. Here you can see email, first name, last name, and everything has been saved. And here if I show you inside this, here currently it's showing the add property button as well, because we have hard coded it. Here let me close all these files and show you the tabs file. Here we will go inside the layout file inside the tabs. Here we are making the isAdmin to true. We will check the isAdmin state dynamically. We will here remove this hardcode value, and we will dynamically retrieve the isAdmin value from the global Zastan store. Here inside the store, we have created this user store file. So we will get the state from here. So what we will write here, we will write use user, get the use user store from store. Here we are exporting the use user store. We will import it, and here we will take the state, and here we will write state dot is admin. Perfect. And let me copy this line, and we will paste it for the first tablet tab layout as well. And we will replace it with hardcode value, the hardcode value with this functional is admin use user store state dot is admin. Let me save it, and here you can see we are getting the error because we currently saved the file while the application was running. So what we can do, then we will sign out and sign in again. Let me check. Actually, we were not getting the add property tab. So what we will do for checking, if we make it to true, is admin to true, and then we will check if we will get the add property state or not, add property tab or not. Test the let me sign in, and here you can see actually our app is in development mode, and there is a need to reload the application, so the file getting saved, and it will get the saved files. So let me control C, and I will write npx expo start -c. our application has been restarted, and now we will log in, and let me correct the credentials and log in again. Here you can see we are successfully logged in and we are getting the add property screen as well. Right. Now we will close this layout.tsx file and we will complete our first screen, that is our home screen. So we will open the home screen, our index.tsx file. We have successfully integrated the Supabase to our application, and we have also integrated the clerk to our Supabase and the app. So now we will create the home page. For home page, here inside the home screen, we will import, we will get the user from the use user, and we will import it from Clerk Expo, and we will initialize the router, get it from the use router and import it from the Expo router. After this, we will write the some states. We will write states for the featured homes, all homes, and we will create a state for the loading. Here are the featured homes, set featured home for all and for loading. And here we are writing property for the TypeScript, right? And after these states, we will write the first function to load the homes. Const load homes is equal async, and here we will write set is loading to true, and then we will write we will get the featured and welcome homes from the functions that we will get from the services folder. We will create it inside the services folder. In fact, we will write all our functions related to the Supabase queries related to homes. We will write all those inside a file with the name of properties inside the services folder, right? So here we will write fetch featured homes, fetch featured properties. I will write it as fetch featured properties, and then the second will be fetch recommended properties. After this, we will have set featured homes as featured and set all homes as recommended, and set is loading will be false. Perfect. Now we will create all those functions here inside the services. We have already created services, all the services related to users, and we will create another file for the properties.ts related to the properties. So here I will simply write a function for the fetch property, export async function fetch properties, and here we will write promise, we will write property, and here we will write inside this try block, we will destructure the data and the error from the Supabase query. Here we will write await Supabase from library Supabase, and we will write from the properties column. We will select, let me write here, select, we will select the all, we will select all properties, and here we will write equal is sold will be false. We will fetch all those properties. There is sold property is equals to false. All those properties, those are not sold, right? Those properties that are available to buy, right? So here I will write if error. Actually, we will write the function for the featured properties first. So here I will write fetch featured properties, and we can make sure we write the same function here, right? And obviously, if we are writing function for featured properties, then we will get the properties which is featured properties is equal to true, right? Is featured should be true. Here, if we go to the properties, and here you can see, here we have a property with the name of is featured, right? So basically, we are targeting this value is featured to true, and here we will write, and we will also make it in a order as well. The order should be created at, and ascending will be false, right? And after this, we will check if error, then throw error, and we will also return data, otherwise empty array, and inside the catch block, we will get the error. You can save the file. Here we will also write a return with them. And next we will write the function for the fetch recommended properties. Fetch recommended properties, and we can copy and paste the first one. We will make it recommended properties. Let me copy again. I think we have not copied it from here. Fetch recommended properties. Here the is featured property will be false. for the recommended properties, and here we will write recommended properties. We will save it, and what we will do, we will import this property from the types. So we will write it inside the types. Here we will create a folder with the name of types folder, and the index.ts will be the file. Inside this index.ts file, we will write property as an interface. So what this properties has, the property has all the properties that here inside the properties column does have: id, title, description, price, type, right? Each and everything: id, title, description, price, property type will be property type value, and obviously we will create the property type value as well. Here we will write before the interface property type value. It can be either apartment, house, villa, studio, short floor, flat, duplex, townhome, and others. Perfect. The types for the property and the property type value are written here inside the shared types slash index.ts file, because they can be used in more than one files, right? So we can either use in home screen, we can use in search screen as well, right? So that's why we are writing those properties are and those types are inside the types index.ts file, so they will be reusable. Here inside the services properties, we will import the property type from at the rate of types, and we will also save this file. Now we will go inside the home screen, and here we will import the fetch featured properties and the fetch recommended properties. After this, we will create a use effect. Actually, we will use focus effect, and here inside this use focus effect, we will use callback. So it will only run this function when the properties value get updated, right? Use callback, and inside this use callback, we will load home. We will write load homes. Here the function name will be load homes, right? More accurate web. And here inside the dependency area, it will be empty. Use focus pack, we will import it from Expo, and use callback, we will import it from React. After this, use focus factor. Actually, this all homes should be recommended. Recommended will be more accurate. So let me write it here as recommended and set recommended, right? And here we will write it as set recommended. Actually, it's recommended. Let me make it recommended properties. We should use those names that are more accurate. Actually, in our real estate application is not about only the homes. It's related to the properties. Like it will have some plots, each and everything type like the real estate should have, right? So recommended properties, set recommended properties. It will be set recommended properties, right? Set featured homes. Let me, okay, it will be featured properties, set featured properties. Perfect. And it will be recommended properties, set recommended properties, and here it will be set featured properties, and here it will be set recommended properties. Perfect. And it will have featured and it will have recommended. And we will also import the use state from React Native, and we will import the property from the types. We are importing the property from types, and we are importing the use state from the React. Perfect. Now we will write our UI. So inside the UI, first we will have our view. The view will have class name. Class name will be flex1, and after this, we will have our dark header at the top. We will have our safe area view and after this, after the safe area view, we will have a view tag, a closing view tag as well. And inside this view tag, but we will have our image tag. In this image tag, we are importing the logo. And let me import the safe area view from React Native safe area count. We will also import the image tag as well from React Native. And after the logo image, we will have a group for the user profile section. Here inside the after the image, we have the user profile section. What it has a view tag and another view tag for the user's name. Here we are saying hi. For example, the username is John. Hi John there. And another view tag for the image. And if the image is not available, for example, if the image is null or undefined or any other reason, then we will display our view. Sometimes a user has not uploaded their profile picture, so that's why we are covering that case, and we will display a color of the profile, and we will display the user's first names, right? So after this, what we will have after this view tag, the profile section has been completed, and what we will have another view tag. Let me reload the application and let me show you the UI. Here you can see we have a beautiful background color, a header with our beautiful logo and the profile image. Perfect. Now what we will do here, we will after this view tag, we will write another view tag. View dot padding x will be 5 and padding bottom will be 6. Perfect. And here inside this view tag, we will have block of code. We have a view tag and we have icons. Let me import the icons from Expo vector icons and location icon and the tag. Perfect. And after this, you can see the output. After this view tag, we will have the search bar. Search bar will be a touchable opacity. And let me show you the, here we will import the touchable opacity. Let me save the file and show you. Here is our search bar. We have a touchable opacity. Actually, we will keep it inside this view. Let me move this view, move the touchable opacity inside this view tag here. Perfect. Let me save. Actually, it will be after this touchable opacity. There are two touchable opacities closing tags here. Let me save, and now it's looking better. Perfect. So now what we will have inside this view tag, homes near you, and here we have pasted the search bar. Okay, we have touchable opacity, the button, and here inside this button we have on press rotor.push. When we will select on the search, we will be navigated to the explore page, explore screen. Perfect. We will go back to the home screen, and here we can see we have a beautiful search icon for filters icon, and here we have the text as search by title or city. This one is search icon, this one is the text, and here we have the touchable opacity. Inside this touchable opacity we have the filters icon. This one is the filters icon, and on pressing this button we are navigating to the explore page. Perfect. And with the navigating to the explore page, it will also open filters state to true. So we will, when we will create the explore screen, then we will use this open filters true property as well. Perfect. So after this touchable opacity and the view, the first safe area view has been completed, and now we will create a second safe area view for the content. Here we will display all our properties list. For example, our featured properties list, that list will be in a row, and after that we will place all the recommended properties list with at the top of one another, right? So here we will create another safe area view. First it will have a closing tag as well. Inside this safe area view we will have a flat list. We will import this flat list as well from, and inside this flat list what we will have data key extractor. We will have data as recommended properties. Key extractor will be item.id, and content container style will be padding bottom 100 and padding top 24. Show vertical scroll indicator will be false, and after this we will provide the list header component. List header component will have a view tag, and inside this view tag first we will place the featured section. We'll display the featured section here inside this view. Let me alt Z to wrap this file. Okay. Now what we have a view tag for the featured section, and we have a text tag for featured heading, and then we will checking for the loading. If the loading is true, then show the activity indicator, that is the loading icon. We will import it from React Native, and we will have a featured card as well. Let me create the featured card inside the components. Here we will create components folder. We will create our first component, new file. The folder will be components. The file will be featured. It will be featured card. Featured card. Let me write RNF. Let me save the file, and but we have featured card. We will import the featured card. Save the file, and here we are sending the property. Inside the property we are sending the item. So we will take the property here as a prop inside the featured card property, and property will be property. That will be the types from the, let me write, import this from types slash index.ts. Perfect. Perfect. Now we will go inside the home screen, and here after this flat list we will have a text recommended for you, right? And after this text and after this list header component, this one, after this list header component we will have render item and list empty component. Inside the render item we will have property card, and the list empty component will have the no properties found text. If there is no loading, then inside the list empty component we will show no properties found, otherwise null. Perfect. Now what we will do, we will create the property card as well. So here inside these components we will create a new file sx, and we will go inside the featured card, copy, and we will paste here inside the property card, and we will write it as property card, and it will property card. Perfect. Let me save this file and we will import the property card here, and here you can see we are getting no properties found. Inside the feature we have no properties. Here you can see no properties found because inside our properties table we have no properties. The table is empty. We have not added any properties to the properties table. So what we will do, we will add properties to our property table. We will go to our readme.md file, this one, and inside this readme.md file, let me open as preview, right? And here after the policies and each and everything, after the admin policies, we have make yourself an admin. We have manually made this user admin. I think is admin is to true. Okay, we already made it manually, and you can do it by the this as well for SQL editor. Okay, so here we will have the seed properties section. All seed images are on splash photos of homes, apartment, villas, interiors, land and commercial buildings matched to each listing type. So here is a list of all the properties generated by the AI. You can say ChatGPT. So let me copy all. We will go inside the SQL editor, new query. I will control V, paste it here. You can see. Okay, let me make it down. And here you can see what we are saying. Insert into properties, title, description, price, type, bedrooms, each and everything. And here we have featured properties. These are some properties: title, description, area square feet, and property type. And these are the facilities like bedrooms, right? So bedrooms, and if I show you bedrooms, bathrooms, like this, right? And this one is the price, and this one is the square feet, and address, city, and longitude and latitude, right? Perfect. And we have the images array, and this one is the is featured property, right? Perfect. We will select on run. Okay, let me make it correct. We will go inside the 61. Here is the, so here basically it's saying it should be like this, like this. Perfect. And here if I run again, here you can see they are saying on line 128 there is again something like this. So we will not use the single, we will use two times. So here on the 128 line, let me explain you again and show you. Here we will write one time more. Perfect. And here I have again, or simply we can select the run, and they will again tell there is the 176. Okay, here is the, we will write it again. So basically we have to write it like this. Perfect. So if I run again, failed run SQL query 4261 syntax error at or near Islamabad. Let me run again. Okay, success, no rows returned. Perfect. I think I have selected this, that's why I got the error. So make sure nothing has been selected so that we can get the only run button. Otherwise, if anything is selected, we will get the button as run selected. Perfect. Everything is correct. Otherwise, and here you need to update this one. Otherwise, you will get this readme.md file updated. So you don't worry at all. Let me close this readme.md file and let me show you the properties table. Inside the properties table, here we have all the data listed here. Perfect. Now what we have to do, we will check for the, let me go to explore page, favorites, home page. Here, uh, here you can see we are getting all the property cards. Okay, let me go to, okay, here you can see all the featured cards, all the property cards, and when we will complete our property card and featured card, then all the data related to that properties will be available here. So let me do one thing first. If I go to profile and sign out, let me log in again, and we are successfully logged in, and here you can see we got the add add property button because we are the user with which we are logged in is a admin user, and as we are logged with an admin user, that's why we are getting the add property button here. We can add the property as well. Perfect. Now we have to complete our featured card and then property. Let me remove this index.ts file. We can close this properties file as well, and here let me complete the featured card first. So inside the featured card, what we will have here, first of all, we will create the router. Cost router is equal use router, and let me import it from the Expo router. After this, we will create the UI. Inside the UI, first of all, we will have a touchable opacity. We will create it inside the touchable opacity, and here we will have the closing tag. Perfect. We can remove this view and text from here, and inside the touchable opacity, we have on press, and we are pushing our user to the property ID, the property details page. So let me show you here if we have the property details page or not. So we have to create the properties details page as well. So what we will do here, inside the root directory, we will create property folder, and then we will write the property details page, and it will be property details page. Here let me write it as property details. Let me save the file, close the file, save. Let me close the file, and here what we will do, we will import the touchable opacity from React Native, and inside this we have some classes. Okay, we have width, margin right, border radius and overflow hidden, and background accent, and style as opacity property dot is sold. If the property is sold, then if the is sold of that property is true, then show the half opacity. Opacity will be 50%, otherwise 100%. And inside this, here inside this touchable opacity, we have a view tag, and inside this view tag, we will have an image. And after this image tag, let me import the image from React Native, and here you can see all the images are here. Let me show you. Perfect. Here after the image, and we will import the, oh sorry, we have saved before importing the text. Import the text from React Native, and we will also, okay, enough. After this text import, inside this view, we have this text as property dot type. That's mean display this will display a badge. Like inside a badge, we will display the type of the property, and here we will display a badge for the sold. If the property got sold, then we will display a badge that this property has been sold out, right? And we are displaying all those properties that got sold. In We made this feature intentionally. There is no specific reason to say that why we will display the sold properties and why we not. And let me minimize this. Let me dismiss this. Our app has been crashed. Don't worry, it will get reload. And after loading the app, we are redirected to the sign in page. But our status is signed in. So the behavior is wrong. We should redirect it to the home page. So let me check. Here we will go inside the auth where the sign in and sign up pages got rendered. We will go inside the layout, and what we will do, we will check sign in status here as well as we did it inside the root. So here the root layout, we will copy this stuff from here and we will paste it inside the layout.tsx file as well. So here let me paste, and we will remove this use user sync check from here, and here we will check for is signed in, and we will redirect the user to the home page if the user is signed in. Then we will save this. Oh, okay, let me import the redirect as well, and let me import the use auth as well. Now I will save it, and now we will be redirected to the home screen. Perfect. Let me close this file, and we will be redirected to the home screen. These are the view and text tags, and after this, what we will do after the property type, and we will write a bottom info strip. Let me import the and icons first, and we will create the farmer price as well. We will create it inside the library. Here we will create a file with the name of utils.ts, and here we will create a function with the name of export const farmer price, and it will take the value number, and it will be a string, and here we will write the logic that will be if value is greater than or equals to 10 millions, then cost is equal to value over 10 million dot to fixed one, and dot replace this regular expression, right? And here we are writing return r, and after this we will check if the value is greater than 1 lakh, then return 1 lakh in PKR currency. Let me save the file, and here we will import the farmer price. So farmer price imported, and what we have a bottom info strip that is floating over the photo, and in this strip we have the text as property title of that property, and we have another view tag for the city and for the property price. Perfect. Here you can see. Perfect. After this, writing the property price, we will have a row here at the bottom, and that will be stats row, kind of property dot beds and property dot bathrooms, property dot baths and property bedrooms inside the property and bathrooms inside the property. And here we have the divided lines here. Perfect. Our property card, our featured card has been completed. You can copy and paste it from here inside the property card, and we can add it as per our needs inside the property card. But we will have, let me wrap the text here before this return. But we will have the router. We will import the use router from Expo router, and after this inside the UI, first of all we will have a touchable, because this property card will also be clickable like the featured card. And let me remove this text and view the closing touchable opacity, and after this let me explain you first. Inside the touchable opacity we have on press, that's mean on click. If you are coming from React JS, then inside the React we use on click, and here you can see router.push to the property details page, and active opacity will be 0.85, and classes will be this one, and style will be opacity as per the sold state, right? After this we will have that we will import the image from React Native. Let me save, let me import the touchable opacity, save it, and here you can see our app has been reloaded, and we will navigate to the home screen. After the image we will have a view tag for the information content, you can see, and here we will have the closing view. Let me check if we have view and text imported. Let me import the view tag, and inside this view tag we will have another view tag for the title and the city, and we will import that text. Let me import the text from React Native, and we will also import the icons from vector icons. Let me save the file, and here you can see all the recommended properties. All the properties got rendered. Perfect. A very beautiful and clean UI. Here you can see. Let me write the remaining content. After this view tag, we will have another view tag for the type and the price. After this view tag, we will have another view tag for the type and the we have the property dot type. And after this property type, we will have, let me close the browser, and here we will also import the format price. Let me show you. Okay, here we have the property type and for the price as well inside this view tag. Perfect. Now, after this, we will have the for sold, if the property is sold or not. Inside this view tag, we will here after this closing view tag, we will have inside this view, we have a view tag for the bedrooms and for the square foot for property area, right? Let me save. And after this, at the end, before the touchable opacity, we will have the save button. Save button is kind of favorites button. We can write it as favorite button to save it inside the, or you can save it inside the favorite list. Currently inside the favorites, we have nothing, nor we have created our screen, our favorite screen. So we can remove this for now because we have not created the logic for this for now. We will remove it, and let me save, and here I will show you, if I show you all the different properties. Very beautiful. And now we can close the property card. We will close the utils, and enough for the home screen. Let me remove this home screen text from the end. Let me save, and now it will be displayed. Let me close the home screen, and now we will go for the explore page. Let me open the tabs. Inside the tabs, we have the explore screen. For creating the explore screen, we will first create all the services related to the explore screen. For example, all the Supabase here inside the services, inside the properties. Let me open the properties. Here we will write the function for the search properties. We will have inside the here, let me write it like this, Alt Z, wrap the file. Here we have the filters as property search filters. And here let me create the property search filters. Here at the top we'll write export, or we can write, okay, here we will write export interface property search filters, and inside the curly braces we will add search as string, type as property filter type, and bedrooms will be number or null, and minimum price will be number or null, and max price will be as it. And we will import the property filter types from the types. Let me import, open the types folder and index.ts5. No, it will be automatically imported. Property filter type. Okay. I think we have not created the property filter type there inside the index file. We will add property filter type as property type value or null. Let me save this file, and here we will import it from the types. Let me save it, and now here we will write property as promise, and we will import the property from types. Why I am not getting the suggestion for property from types? Here we are importing the export interface property. Actually, I think we are already importing the property from types. That's why. Okay, here we will destructure the search type, bedrooms, minimum price, and max price from the filters. After these filters, we will have a try catch block. Let me write inside the try block. We will have the query. Query will be supabase.from properties and select all. Select all the properties, and after this we will check if search, then do what? Then query will be query.r title.I like the search inside the title, anywhere in the title, and inside the city. So it will, this query will search inside the title and inside the city and inside the title anywhere, right? And after this, I think we have some typo here. Maybe it should be, okay, here should be the column, right? And now here we will write if type, then query will be query dot equals to type, type will be type. Let me save it, and after this type check, we will check for bedroom and for the price. We are checking for the bedrooms, and here we are checking for the price, right? And we will destructure the data and error from the order created at, and ascending will be false. And at the end, we will check for the error. If error is there, then simply throw error, and here we will return, and then we will return data. Otherwise, and inside the catch block, we will write console.error and empty array. Let me save this file, and now we will go inside the explore screen. Let me import the search properties function. Here I will import search properties from services properties. Let me control Z, and here I have search properties. Let me close the properties file, and let me close the index file as well. Now what we will do, we will create a store for the explore for the search screen. So there will be a store for search related functionalities. Here we will create a store for all the states regarding the search. Here we will create new file, and the file name will be filter ts. And inside the filter store, we will have, first of all, we will write interface filter state. It will be, here will be search is equals to string, type will be property type, bedrooms will be number or null, and minimum price and max price as well. And inside the set search will be a function and it will return nothing. Same set type, the value will be property type, and let me create the property type here as well. And same as set bedroom will take the value as number or null and will return nothing. And reset filter will also return nothing. So before the interface, I will write export type property type equals to property filter type from the types imported at the top. Let me save, and here after the interface we will write our use filter store export const use filter store. It will be create will be coming from Zustand. Let me import the create from Zustand, and after this create, we will write filter state. It will be filter state, and we will write the set. And after the set, write the initialize the search type and bedroom minimum price and maximum price as null. Search will be an empty string, and type bedroom and prices will be null. Let me save, and after this, we will write set search. Set search will be, let me take the value, and here we will write it as set. It will take the value and set the value inside the set search. Basically, we are creating function with the name of set search, and whenever someone calls it with a value, it will update the state search field to that value. Right here, we will write search is equals to value. For example, if someone searches the Karachi, then the search value will be equals to Karachi, right? If someone searches Mumbai, then the search value will be, this set search function will make the search value is equals to Mumbai. So basically, we are creating this setter function for the search. And here we will write for set type, then bedrooms and prices. And after this, we will write the reset filter function. The reset filters will be a function, and let me write it as set. And inside the set, we will again reset all the values to default. Search will be empty and type bedrooms and prices will be null. Here something got wrong. Okay, here we have to put a comma. Let me save the file. Now it's formatted the file, and now we will go back to our explore screen and we will complete our explore screen. Here inside the explore screen, first of all, we will have some states, results, is loading and show filters state, right? Let me import the property from the types, and after this states, we will have open filters from use local search params. Let me import it from Expo router. Here wrap the file, and basically we are getting this open filters from home screen. Here if I show you again inside our index.ts, if we go to the search bar, here inside the search bar we have this second touchable opacity for filters, and here you can see for this explore screen we have open filters is equals to true. Whenever someone press this filters button, this one, let me show you here, this one, whenever someone press this filters button, he will be navigated to the explore screen, and then we will handle the open filters equals to true. We will get it from the home screen's search bar here inside the explore screen. We will get it here. So what we will do here, we will use effect function, and inside this use effect function, let me write the dependency array. Inside the dependency array, we will write the open filters, and inside this use effect function, I think use effect is not imported. Let me import it again. Okay. Here we will write if is equals to true, then do what? Then set show filters. This state set show filters will be equals to true. This state we will make this state to true. Filters will be true. And after this use spec function, if we will write actually we will destructure what? We will destructure all the values from the use filter store, the Zustand store. We will get search type, bedrooms, minimum price, maximum price, and all the setter functions as well, right? We will get them all, and here we will write is equals to use filter store. We will import it, and let me write const active filter count is equals to type bedrooms, and here we will write dot filter. We will take the value, and here we will write value is not equals to null, right? And here let me write it inside the braces, and here after this null we will write dot length. So the active filter count will be the value equals to, basically we will, with the help of this active filter count, we will show the user that how many filters are have been triggered, right, or active you can say. And we will write another use spec as well here. Inside this use spec function we will call the load results, and we will also create the load results function here. Load results is equals to async function, and here we will write set is loading as true, and after that we will get the data. Const data is equals to await. We will call the search properties function that we have created inside the services, and we will get the search. We will provide the search type, bedrooms, minimum price, max price. We will provide all these things, and we will call the search. And after this we will write the set results function, and we will pass the data that we will get from the search properties. And here we will write the set is loading as false after getting the data, right? And here inside the use spec function we will call this load results function, and inside the dependency array we will pass all the filters like search type, bedrooms, minimum price, and max price. Fine, we will have a view tag. The view tag will have flex and background accent 100. We will have a dark header same as we have inside the home screen, kind of this. We will have another view tag. We will have a text inside this view tag like find your perfect home. After the text we will have the search bar. The classes will be flexor, item center, background white, border full, and padding left 4, padding right 2, gap 3, and shadow and the elevation. Right. After this, inside this view tag, we will have some icon, and we will have ion icons. The icon for the search. Let me import it from vector icons. Import the text input from React Native. We will also import the safe area view. It's showing red. Let me import the safe area view from React Native. And here we have unchanged text as set search and value is search. After the text input, we will have a close icon, and let me import the touchable opacity from React Native, and basically it will be a close icon inside the text input, inside the search input, right? And after this touchable opacity we will have another touchable opacity for the filters icon. Here you can see inside this we are calling the set show filters to true, and they have some classes, and we have the filters icon inside it, and active filter count. If the active filter count is greater than 0, then we will display the number inside a text, right? So our first safe area view has been completed. That will be dark one, dark area. Okay. And after this, we will create the second safe area view. Let me check for the errors. Here we are getting some error. Okay. We are not importing the view. Maybe let me check here. Okay. We are not importing the use state. I think we will import it from the React, use state from React. Perfect. Here we are getting indication. Let me check inside the problems. Yes, sex element view has no corresponding closing tag. Okay, let me check. So here, let me remove the text explore first, and let me copy down this view tag and save. The error has been resolved, and our explore page should be rendered. We will go to the explore screen, and here we are not getting the explore screen. I don't think why. For some reason, it's showing only the Explore. Let me reload the screen. Maybe because of some errors. Maybe we have saved the file with errors. That's why. And don't worry, we will also clear this shadow for the Android. Otherwise, on the Apple, it's working well, right? We will go inside the Explore. Here you can see inside the Explore we have Find Home and the search bar, right? Now what we will do, we will create another safe area view, and inside this safe area view, what we will have edges as bottom, left, right, and classes will be flex1. And inside this safe area view, here we will write active filter chips. We will show some kind of filter chips here when they will be active. For example, if we have searched beds, 4 beds, then we will show as a badge here after the search bar, after the dark view. So here what we will write in curly braces, active filter count is greater than 0, then do what? Then render out view tag. Let me hide the terminal. This view tag will have a closing tag as well, and inside this view tag, if type, then render the filter chip. Don't worry, we will create this filter chip at the top, and inside the label, we will provide the, let me write it as inside the label, we will provide the type, and on clear will be, we will write a function, and here we will write set type will be null. Perfect. And we will create this filter chip. Let me copy it from here, and we will write at the top. Here we will write function filter chip will have label and the unclear, and here we will write the label will be string and unclear will return nothing, and here inside this we will return some UI. It will be it will have a, and inside this view tag we will have the text tag, and this view tag will have some classes: flex row, item center, background, border, and border radius with padding and gap. Inside the view tag we will have the text and the button. Let me save the file, and here you can see we have the text. Text will have the label and the button will have the close icon. For example, if there are the filters like you can say when the 4 bedrooms filters is on, there will be a close icon to remove that filter chip, right? Let me import the touchable opacity. Okay, it's already been importing. No, we will import the nothing have to be import here, but we have after the set type null, we will close this filter chip like this, and after this type, we will check for the bedroom. Here we will write bedrooms. If the bedrooms are not equals to, let me close the curly braces, and here we will write if the bedrooms are not equals to null, then do what? Then render this filter chip. Will have label and unclear. Unclear function. Function for uh, bedroom. Setter function for bedrooms. Here we simply rendering that if the bedroom's value is greater than 1, then put S at the end of bed, then show the text as beds, otherwise it will be bed, right? And unclear will be set bedrooms to null. After this, we will check for minimum price, and here you can see minimum price is not equals to null or max price is not equals to null. Then show the filter chip, and we will import the format price from utils, and it will have a label and the unclear. After this closing view tag, the results will be inside. So here we will write flat list from React Native, and it will be a closing tag, self-closing tag, and inside the flat list we will have data equals to results, and key extractor will be item, and content container style, padding and padding bottom. Show vertical scroll bar indicator will be false, and render item will be property card. We will import the property card. We are sending the item as property, and list header component will be a text. The text header text will be searching, and the results.length will be properties.found. 4 properties found, 5 properties found, right? Kind of that, right? After this text, after this list header component, we will have list empty component. This empty component, if not is loading, then this view tag, and inside this view we will have search outline icon and the text as no properties found and the text as try a different search on adjust filters. When there is the no loading and the list is empty, right? And otherwise, if the loading is true, then we will show the loading icon. Let me import the activity indicators from React Native. Let me save the file and currently we have some errors maybe. Let me check. Cannot find name flat list import from React Native. And after this, we will have parameter item. So every error was related to the list. And now if we go back to explore, here you can see the loading icon and the searching text. Each and everything is working perfectly fine. After the first reload, it's showing all the properties because there is no filter active. Perfect. Now what we will do, we will complete our filter model. Whenever we will click on this filters button, the filter model will be triggered and here we will show model for the filters, right? We will create a component with the name of filter model. Inside the component's new file, filter model.tsx rnf native function, React native functional component, and we will write it after the before the safe area view. Here we will render the filter model, import it from the components. It will have visible. We will send show filter and inside the onclose there will be a function will be set show filters. It will be equals to false. We will open the filter model. Here inside the filter model, we will take the visible and the unclose. And we will assign the types as visible will be a boolean and unclose will be a function that will return nothing. Z, wrap the file so you can see the whole code and know the error indication from the visible has been gone. So here as well, first of all, we will destructure all the states from the user store. So let me copy it from here. Okay, here. Let me copy inside the filter model. Let me import the use filter store. Use filter store from filter store, Zustand store inside the stores folder. And after this, we will have some states for the local minimum and local max. We will import the use state from React and after this we will have active count. The active count you can copy it from here, active filter count, just the variable name is changing. And after this a function for the triggering the filter. For example, handle filters apply. We are setting the minimum price and setting the max price. We'll have a function for resetting the filters. The reset filters, we will get it from the use filter store. Here we will write reset filters. We will get the reset filters from the use filter store. And after the handle reset, let me write the UI. First of all, we will go inside the explore screen and here we will select the filters button and then you will see that filter model will be triggered. First of all, we will have a model tag in place of view. Let me write the closing tag and import the model. We are importing the model from React Native. Save the file. Inside the model, we will have a view tag. We'll have a closing view tag as well. And inside this view tag, a view tag for some kind of border you can say or horizontal line. This view tag will be closing and after this view tag we will have another view tag and let me remove this filter model text and inside this view tag we will have a text tag. For the filters text we will have filters text and after this filters text we will have a view tag for the reset button and for the close button. We will import the touchable opacity. We will import the ion icons and we will also import the view and the text. Import view from React Native and if we go to the explore and if we go to the filters, then here you can see we have the filters model and here you can see we have reset button and the close button. Perfect. Here before this model we will have a scroll view and this scroll view will have a closing tag as well. We will import the scroll view from React Native, save the file, and inside this scroll view has classes, content container style that will be horizontal 20 and padding bottom 40 with gap of 26, and shows vertical scroll indicator will be false. Here inside this scroll view, we will have the content as property type, icon tiles, same style as new. Let me remove this extra text. So property types and icon tiles. This view will have a closing view tag here. Let me save, and property type here. After the property type, we will have a scroll view here. The scroll view will have a closing scroll view tag, and let me save it. And inside the scroll view, first of all, the scroll view has a horizontal, and show horizontal scroll indicator will be false with content container style that is gap 10. Inside the scroll view, we will have a property type options. These property type options will be coming from the constant file, constant folder, and inside the constant folder, we will create a file with the name of filters. So we will save all our constants inside that constant folder. So here what we will do, we will create a folder with the name of constants, and the file name will be filters.ts. Control B, close the sidebar, and inside this filters.ts file, we will have type ion icon name, key of ion icon dot map, and here after this we will have filter option and the listing filter option. After these assigning types, we will have the filters data. The filters data will be for property type options. It will be filter options, and the label all value null icon will be app outline, and the label for apartment, house, villa, studio, townhouse, penthouse, and plot. And all the values have been written as well with all the icons related to those property types. And we have the listing property options. Basically, here what we are doing, it will take all the property options, keep only those have a non-null value. For example, value should be not null, and an icon, and tell the TypeScript that the remaining items are listing filter options. And here you can see listing filter options. Label will be string, value will be property type value, and icon will be icon name. And we will import the property type value from the types, and we will also import the ion icons from vector icons. We will import the property filter types. Here we have bedroom options, any 1 2 3 4 plus, and prices presets are under 15 lakh. After the bedroom options, any 1 2 3 and 4 plus, we have the price presets as well. For example, we have under PKR 50 lakh, and from 50 lakh to 1 crore, and from 1 crore to 2 and above 2 crores, right? Now what we will do inside the filter model, we will import the property type options, and so we will have the property type options conditionally, and here is the item dot label that is all apartment and houses. After this property type options, we will have the property type options we will have for the bedrooms. Here what we have bedroom circular selectors, we have the bedrooms filter any 1 2 3 and 4 plus. And after the bedroom filters, we will have a view tag for the price range, and inside this view tag we will have a text and a view. The text for the price range and the view for the text input as well. We will have minimum value, local minimum, on chain, set location, and basically we are mapping through all these different label and values, and here we are displaying it inside a view, and the text will be PKR, and inside the text input, we will have the label and the placeholder. And here if I show you inside the explore, or we can go it from here as well. We will go back to home screen, and from here we will upon clicking on the filters icon, our filters page has been triggered and set it to true, and our modal has been opened. Inside this modal, we have property types, bedrooms, price range, minimum and maximum. And after this price range, we will have price presets map. Here after this view, we will, let me show you First of all, in the price range, we have a view tag, then the text, and then for all this stuff. And after this closing view tag, we will have the price presets. We will map through the price presets. Inside a view tag, we are mapping through the price presets. Let me import the price presets. And here we are checking const active. Minimum price is equals to price preset dot minimum, and max price is equals to price preset dot max. And we are turning a touchable opacity, and he will be p dot label, and on this one, after this we have pluses and the text as label. Let me close this empty space, view, scroll view, and after this scroll view, we will have the apply buttons. So let me copy and paste. Here we will add the apply button. This apply button will be inside a view tag, and here we have the touchable opacity for the show results. Let me save, and here you will get the UI. Perfect. Here at the top, this view tag should be item center padding top 3. Let me write it as item center padding top 3, and padding bottom will be 1. Let me save, and here you can see now our filters model is looking much cleaner. Perfect. If we select the apartments, if we select the bedrooms as 2, if we select the price range as 50 lakh to 1 crore, and if we click on the show results, here we have 4 filters on, and you here can see 0 properties found, no properties found. We can remove any filter from here, and here you can see we have only apartment and 2 beds filter on. If we remove the second filter as well, now the properties should be increased. Here you can see we have 3 properties for this apartment type. Now we have successfully completed our explore page. Yeah, you can see one filter is on. Let me close this filter, remove this filter from here, and here we have all the properties listed here. Perfect. Now let me close the all the saved files from here, and we will go to the favorites screen. So either we can create the favorite screen first, or we can create the property details screen. If I select any property from here, we are on the property details screen. So we will create the property for this purpose. We have already created the property folder and the dynamic route. Here, if I show you here, we will write it as screen, and here we will get the ID from the params. We are destructuring the ID from the use local search params. As you can see, if I show you the property details and property card, here inside the property card, when we are clicking the property, when we are clicking on any property, we are redirected to the this property details screen, and this one, and we can also access the property.id from the params, because here inside the params we have the property. So here we are getting that ID here using the use local search params function. After this, we will get the router. We will initialize the router from use router imported from Expo router, and after this we will get the easy admin state from the Zustand store, use user store we have created inside the stores. And after this, we will have some states. We will have state for property, for is loading and activity index, and is expanded, and is view visible. These two states for will be for the image viewing experience, right? And after this, we will destructure. We will initialize the auth Supabase. Auth Supabase. It will be equals to use Supabase. That is a hook. And after this, inside the use effect, we will load the homes, load property, and we will also create this function, load property function. Here inside the dependency array, we will write pass the ID that we are getting here, right? So we will create the load property function. First, this load property function will be an async function, and we will destructure the data from Supabase query. It will be, so let me import the Supabase from library, and Supabase dot from properties, select all properties, and where the ID is equals to that ID that we have here. That means select a specific property, that property on which property details page we are currently, right? And we will save the data. Here we are getting the data, and here we will save the data inside the property state using the setter property function. And after this, the set loading will be false. And after this, we will have two functions as well. On the property details page, the admin can delete the property and mark the property as sold. So we will create these two functions as well. We will create them inside the subsys folder, inside the properties file, and we will handle them here. After this, will have a function for WhatsApp contact. User can contact the agent using a button for contact option for WhatsApp. So the user can contact the agent through WhatsApp. We will also check if there is a loading. Then we will simply display the activity indicator. That will be the loading icon. And after this, we will check if there is no property. If there is no property, then simply render the text as property not. If the property is null or undefined, then simply return page not found, property not found. And after this, we will have a view tag and scroll view. We will remove this property details text. Here we should have the scroll view closing tag as well. Inside the scroll view, we will have a inside this view tag, we will render a list. So for this purpose, actually, let me import the scroll and let me check if we have some errors. Maybe we are not importing the use state, and we will import the property from the types. Now everything should work fine, and our page should got rendered. Inside the view tag, we will here inside the view we have a flat list, and we will import it from React Native, and we will also import the touchable opacity from React Native. Let me make it wrap, and here we will import the image as well from React Native, and we will create this on scroll as well. So here we will have the on scroll it will be a function, and we will also have width will be here. We will initialize it at the top. Width will be dimensions dot get windows. We will import the dimensions from, and now everything is fine. Why we are not getting the output here? Let me reload the application. Let me hide the terminal, and we will go inside any property page, property screen. Here you can see all the images. Perfect. So inside the flat list, we have data as property.images, and key extractor as index, and index.toString, and render item as item. And each item will inside the touchable opacity, and inside the touchable opacity, we have a on press function. Inside this on press, we have set is viewer visible true, and a image. The image is holding the each item inside the property.images array, right? And we have this horizontal and paging enabled, and show horizontal scroll indicator false. On scroll will be on scroll that we will create in a moment, and scroll event throttle will be 16. And after this flat list, we will have a image count badge. Here we have a image count badge. Let me save, and you can see we have the image count badge. Perfect. And we will, don't worry, we will also make this active index functional. Currently, we are not using set active index anywhere. We will use this setter function and make it working, right? So after this view tag, we will have the dot indicators. The property dot images dot length is greater than 1. Then we have a view tag, and we are mapping through all the images. And here we have the dot indicator. Here you can see this one. And after this dot indicator, we will have a gradient, dark gradient background color here. After this image count and this dot indicator, here we will have the view tag, and inside this view tag, let me write the closing view tag as well. Another view tag for the property type, price, and all other stuff. Here we will have property dot type, and then we have the property dot is featured. If the property status is featured, then we will display the featured pill or featured badge, you can say, right? And after this view tag, actually inside this view tag, we will have another kind of badge for the sold. If the property is got sold, then we will show the badge as that this property has been sold, right? We will also show the price as well. After this closing view tag, we will have property title and price. Let me import the format price that we have created inside the, and here we have the property title and the price, and here is our beautifully designed UI for the real estate application. And before this scroll view and this closing tag, we will have a top bar that will be placed here. We will make it absolute position and it will be at the top for the back button and for the saved button, save to favorites, right? So here after this, let me write the closing tag for the safe area view. Let me close the view tag first and then we will have the safe area view closing tag. And inside this, let me first import the safe area view. We are not importing it. And then inside this, we will have two buttons. The first touchable for the back arrow icon. Let me import the icon, and then the second button for the save loading toggle save, right? Second button for the add to favorites, right? As you know, we have not we have not added the add to favorites logic for our real estate application. So let's do this first. We will go inside the hooks. Let me open the hooks folder. Here inside the hooks, we will create a file with the name of use saved property that will contain the logic for the add to favorites. Here inside the use saved property hook, we will write the function export function use saved property, and let me assign the types. And here we will have inside the useSaved property, we will have the property ID. This property ID will be a string, should be a string, and on unsaved, let me write it on unsaved. It will be a function that will return nothing. And here inside this, we will get the user ID from use auth from Clerk Expo, and we will get the auth Supabase from use Supabase, and is saved and set is saved a state. We will import the use state from React. We have two states, one for is saved and one for save loading to show the loading, you can say, for waiting. Inside this use saved property, we will use actual functions for the Supabase queries, for the saving, save and unsave. We will go inside the services again, and here we will create a separate file for the saved functionalities, right? Saved queries. Here inside the save, we will have a function with the name of fetch saved properties, and we are exporting so we can reuse them inside the use saved property hook. Here inside the fetch saved property, we will have a user ID. User ID should be a string, and Supabase client. We will import the Supabase client. Let me import the Supabase client from Supabase dash JS, and we will have the it will be a promise, and the saved property we will get it from the types. We will initialize the saved property inside the types. Here inside the types we have index.ps file, and after this property filter, let me hide the sidebar. And here after the property filter type, we will have a interface for saved property. ID will be string and property ID will be string. The properties will be property, and here we have interface property that should have ID, title, and description, etc. Let me save this file and we will import this saved property from the types. Now inside this fetch saved properties function, we will have a try catch block, and inside the try block we will create the query. We are getting the data and error from the Supabase query, Supabase client, from saved properties. We are accessing the saved properties table, and we are selecting the ID and property ID. We are basically filtering the based on the ID and property ID inside all properties, and the user clerk ID should be equals to user ID, and we will order them on based on the IDs. Here we are getting the error as well. We are destructing the data, we are returning the data, and if the data is null or undefined, then simply return the empty array. And inside the catch block, we will have the console.error and returning the empty array. We will also have a function for check if property is saved. The property ID will be a string, same as above, and property ID will be a string. Sorry, user ID and Supabase client is Supabase client. And inside this function, we will have a try catch block. And inside the catch block, we will copy and paste same as it. And inside the try block, we will the SQL query. Okay, here we have inside the try block, we have Supabase query. We are getting the data from the saved properties. We are selecting ID and we are checking the user clerk ID should be equal to user ID and property ID should match the property ID. And we are returning the data, and here we will write it as error checking saved property, and it should be property, not properties. This function fetch saved properties will be used for the here if I show you will be used for the favorites tab, and this second function check if property saved for the for property details and other pages. And here we will write return false, right? And here after this function we will have another function for saving the property. Here this function save property is also much similar to other functions. We are assigning the types and we are making a query, getting the boolean value and getting the data as well. And here we are catching the error as well. We will have another function for unsaved property. For example, if a property is already inside our favorites list, then we can make it unfavorite or unsave that property, right? And here we have also inside this function, we have the try catch block and we have a Supabase query. Perfect. And here we are writing as Supabase client.form saved properties dot delete, right? Clerk ID should be equals to user ID and property ID should be matched to property ID. And we are simply returning the true. Now what we will do, we will use these functions inside our use saved property, and then finally we will use it inside the our actual property details page. Actually, we have managed all the things to their respective files. Like we have hooks folder, we have subsets, we have types, we have managed each and everything like we did in production ready applications. In future, if you scale at a high level your real estate application, then the structure will be great enough. We will create a function with the name of check if saved async function. We are checking if not user ID, then simply return. Otherwise, we are saving the value inside the saved. We are writing a wait check if property saved. We are calling this function. We are providing property ID, user ID, and we are giving the auth Supabase as well. And after this, we are saving that boolean inside the set is saved state using the setter function of is saved. After this, we will have our toggle save function, and inside this toggle save function, we are writing all this logic will work for the property details page and for also the favorites screen as well, for property details screen and for the favorite screen. So basically, we are completing the work for two screens in single time. Inside toggle save, we are checking if not user ID or save loading, then simply stop the execution. And after this, we set save loading it to true if the user ID is available and there is no loading. And here we have const success is equal to is saved. If is saved, then unsaved property. Let me import it. And if is saved is false, then saved property. Let me import the saved property as well. And after this, here we will check if the success, then simply set is saved as not is saved. That's mean opposite of is saved. And if is saved, then on save function. After this, what we will do, we will simply write set save loading as false. We will make it to false. And at the end, we will simply return is saved, save loading, and toggle save. Actually, it should be on unsaved kind of this. Let me save the file and we will destructure these things and use it inside the property details page by calling this use saved property hook, right? So let me close these files and here inside the property details screen, let me go at the top here. After these states, we will import the use saved property and we will get the, and let me select the saved. Here, if we save the file, we have loading, and here we have the back icon and the toggle save button. Perfect. And here if I show you the toggle save button, it's working perfectly fine. And it the property that we are saving to favorites, it's getting saved inside the saved properties table inside our Supabase database, right? So after this safe area view, after the safe area view, we will have the content. So here, let me write the content, and here inside the content, first of all, we will have a view tag. Let me close this view tag as well. And inside this view tag, we will have a scroll view. We will also create this specs field. After this width of this proper details screen, we will have a function for specs field, right? It will take an icon and value, and icon will be icons dot clip map, and value will be string, and it will return a UI that will be an icon and the text inside the view tag. Let me save the file. Here you will see all the specs for this specific property. Here you can see two beds, two baths, and these specs will be scrollable. We are using scroll view. For example, if the specs overflow the screen, then they will be inside a scroll, and we can scroll like this image. You can say these specs will be scrollable to the right. Perfect. After the scroll view, we will have description, a text about this place, and after this we will have the actual description, and after this text we will have the actual description, and if the description is long, then it will be expandable, and we are using is long description, and it will be inside a touchable opacity. And after this we will have a margin bottom. Here at the top we will have is long description and the display description. Here after the auth Supabase, before the load property function, we have is long description and display description. Let me save the file, and if we go back and if we go to this crop, let me move this is long description and display description to the bottom here before after this use web. Let me write it here. Let me save, and here our app has been reloaded. Here if we select this property, our application has been reloaded, but still we are getting this error. So what we will do, we will move this is loading description and display description to the at the end. After this not property check, after this property check, here we will write it, and now we will render this after the property check. That's mean it will be rendered when the properties exist, right? Let me save it, and now let me go to the property details screen, and here you can see we are getting the description, and upon clicking on read more, we have complete description. Perfect. Now we will go down here after this description and this view tag. Now it's time to render the map. Here we will display the map. For displaying the map, we will install some packages. Here inside the terminal, here we will write npx expo install react native web view. We will install this package, and we will also install the react native image viewing, and we are installing the React Native Web View. Let me hit enter, and here we are installing npx expo install. Perfect. Let me hide the terminal, and we will import these packages. Here after the safe area view, we are importing the image web viewing from React Native image viewing and web view from the React Native web view. And here after this view tag, we have installed those packages for the location, map location, and here we will import the touchable opacity. We are importing the touchable opacity. We will have a closing tag for the touchable opacity, and this path name, we need to create the map.tsx file. Here inside the property folder, we will write map.tsx, and here we will write rnf. Control B, hide the sidebar. Let me save this, and here it should be map screen. Save the file, and here now the indication will be here. We will have inside the touchable opacity the view tag. Here we will have a view tag for the web view. This one is coming from the package that we have installed. We have installed two packages, so that's why they are coming from there. And Here we have the second view. This one, inside this view, we have property dot address and property dot city. And after this, we have the icon for the forward arrow, right? And here we have the touchable pasty closing tag. If I save it, and here we need to create the map URL as well. This map URL you can also generate with the help of ChatGPT as well. Basically, it will be for the Google Maps, you can say. Same like the description and is long description, we are having the map URL after the property check, right? And inside the map URL, we have this address for OpenStreetMap. It will be a street view as well. And we are providing the property.longitude, and here is the zoom and property.latitude and property.longitude. That values are coming from the properties table inside our database. And let me see it and open the property details screen. And here is our web view and the map URL inside the touchable opacity. On press, we are redirecting the user to the map screen. And here we have the some params for latitude, longitude, title, and the address city. Perfect. And here you can see our map has been loaded after a while. And here we have the icon that we have here. But now after this location, we will have admin actions, kind of delete the property, mark the property as sold, and contact the agent through WhatsApp. And so here we will write admin actions after the touchable. Here we will check it is admin is true. If the currently logged in user is admin, then do what? Then render a view for these two buttons. One for the mark the property as sold, and the second for the deleting the property. Perfect. Let me save the file and format it. After this, at the end of this scroll view that has all the things like image carousel and all the image count badge indicators, each and everything, we will write a sticky contact bar, kind of. And this sticky contact bar will have a safe area view as well. And we will make it as sticky to the bottom. And inside it, we will have a touchable opacity, the button for contacting the agent through the handle contact button that will have the functionality for contacting the user through contacting the agent through WhatsApp. And here inside the image viewing, let me import this image viewing. I think already it's been imported. And here we have the extra view tag. I think let me remove this. We will import the image viewing at the top. After the web view, we have the image viewing as well. No, the error will be resolved, and no, we will actually, this image viewing is for viewing the image in full screen. Now, what we will do, we will complete our handle functions that we have left here. Handle contact, on scroll, and handle delete and handle markers. Inside the handle contact, we will have const message as hi, I am interested in the property title, and linking dot open URL will have the admin phone and the text, right? Here we will initialize the admin phone, and this linking is coming from the React Native, and here we will initialize the admin phone as well. At the here after the bit, we will be writing the admin phone. You can replace the admin phone to your phone number, right? And you will get the users messages. Users will contact you through your WhatsApp phone number, right? And it will be working. Don't worry. So after this handle contact inside the on scroll, what we will have a native synthetic event, native scroll event, and set active index as math.round a.native event.content offset over width. And we will import this from React Native and import it as well. Native scroll event from, let me save this file and let me open the property details screen. And now we have left for the handle delete and handle mark as sold. We will create these function inside the services. Inside the services slash properties, inside the services folder, we have properties.ts, and here we will create this after the search properties function. So we have export async function, delete property, and export function, mark property sold. Here we are assigning the types to both parameters, property ID and Supabase client. We will import the Supabase client from Supabase, and this will be a promise and a boolean. And here we will write a try catch block as well. Inside the try block, we will get the error From the Supabase client, we are hitting the properties table and deleting after matching the ID as property ID. And inside the catch block, we will have error block, console.error, error deleting property, error, and return false, right? And here we have the SQL query. Here we are also assigning the types to these two parameters, property ID and Supabase client. And inside this function, we will have a try catch block. And inside this try block, we will have a Supabase query for the mark property as sold. And we are checking for the error. We are catching the error, right? And these two functions will work for the admin only. Let me save this file. Let me close the properties, and here what we will do, we will import those functions and use them here inside the handle delete and handle mark sold. Inside the handle delete, we have alert delete property. Basically, we are showing a alert box with options cancel and the delete option. And we are asking the user as delete property, are you sure? Or you want to cancel this alert? Perfect. Let me import the delete property from the services and alert from the React Native. And I hope after completing this application, after building this complete application, you will easily create another React Native project and you will be able to use TypeScript as well in your next projects. Right here inside the handle mark sold, we have options like are you sure you want to mark this property as sold or you want to cancel? Here mark property sold imported from services. Let me save this file and here we will get these buttons inside the property details screen. So we have done with it. Now what we will do, we will complete our map view screen, right? So we will go inside the property details. We will select the property. We will go to the property details. Here inside the property details screen, everything is probably fine. Let me move this use fact to the here before this load property. I think it will fix this error. Let me reload the app again. Our app has been reloaded and the error was coming whenever we were visiting the property details screen. So let me check again. Let me visit the property details and here you can see we are getting the property details screen. We are not getting the error anymore and we have mark sold button, mark as sold. Are you sure you want to mark this property as sold? I will cancel it. And even we have the delete property button as well. We can cancel. We can go back as well. From here we can try another property as well. Blue area commercial plot. Let me mark as favorites. Here you can see the property got added to the favorites. And here we have the second screen, second image, and here the count has been updated. That's mean the functionality is working fine. We can mark this property as sold as well. Let me mark here. You can see the opacity got reduced to 50% and our property has been in a state of sold. Here you can see the sold state badge here displayed, and we can delete this property as well. Let me check here. Deleting this blue area commercial plot. Here you can see we have successfully deleted that property from Supabase as well. And here you can see we are not getting that property. Perfect. Each and every functionality that we have created in this session is working fine for the property details. And let me mark this property as uh, favorites, and then we will build our favorites screen. But before moving to the favorite screen, our map page has left. We will write some code here. Let me open this map. We will click on map and we will be redirected to the maps page. And here you can see we are on map screen. Here, if I show you in the property details screen, in the location map section, we are sending the latitude, longitude, title, and address inside the params. And we are pushing the user to the map screen with these params. We will get these params inside this map screen. What we will do here we will get the destructure, the latitude, longitude, all these values from use local search params. We will import this use local search params and here we are defining the assigning the types. The latitude will be string and all these stuff, right? And here we will initialize the router. Router will be coming from use router, and we are importing the use router as well. After the use router, we will pass the latitude and longitude, and we have the map URL, but with a little bit more zoom and in a full screen, right? Let me make it wrap the text so you can see the whole code. And after this map URL, we will have the UI. We will have a view tag, and inside this view tag, we will have the safe area view. We will import it. The safe area view will move the content after this camera icon, so the content will be not going under the camera and the battery and all these things. So we will import the safe area view, and we will write the closing tag. After this safe area view, inside this safe area view, we will have a view tag for the map and button. We will import that button from React Native, and here we will have the closing tag, and we will have the closing view tag. Let me save this file, and inside this touchable opacity, we will have an icon. Let me import the icon from vector icons, and we have a dark header. Here you can see the dark header. Perfect. And after this touchable opacity, we will have a view tag. Inside this view tag, we have the title and the text. We have the title and the address. Perfect. Let me save the file, and here you can see the property title and the address. We remove this map text from here, and after this view tag, we will have a Google Maps button, touchable opacity. We will import the linking from React Native, and this Google Maps button will redirect the user to the Google Maps, right? And we are providing the latitude and longitude values. And here is our navigate outline icon. And after this touchable opacity and the view and the safe area view, we will simply render the full view map. And here you can see we have the beautiful button. Perfect. Here after the safe area view, we have the full screen map, and we will import the web view from React Native Web View, the package that we have installed. And here we will display the full screen map. And here you can see our maps have been reloaded for the first time, and we can zoom in, zoom out. Perfect. And here you can see a beautiful map view. We can zoom in, zoom out. Perfect. We will go back to home, and now we will build our favorite screen. Let me close all, and we will open the tabs favorites screen. Right. Inside the favorite screen, first of all, we will get the user ID from use auth, use Supabase from hooks, and use router from Expo. And we will have some state for saved homes and for is loading. Let me get the saved property from types. We will import the use state from React, and we will create a function with the name of load saved. Actually, here we will use a use callback. Let me import the use callback from React, and here we will write async function. It will be an async function, and here we will write the dependency array. Inside the dependency array, we will write user ID. We will provide user ID, and here inside this function, we will check if not of user ID, then simply stop execution. Otherwise, we are setting loading is to true, and then we will calling the fetch save properties function. That is the Supabase query that we have created inside the services, right? Let me import it from services folder, and we are saving the data inside the set save. After getting the data, we are making the loading as false. Perfect. We will also use a focus effect to refresh every time the tab comes into focus. Perfect. Make sure to import it from React Navigation Native, not from Explorer, right? Use focus effect. Important at the top. I think it's not been imported. Let me import it again. For some reason, I were not able to import the use focus effect from React Navigation Native. So I manually imported from the native, the use focus effect. Let me check in the search. if we have imported it from the in any file, if we have imported from React Native, here you can see we are importing the use focus pact from Expo router, but we need to import it from, let me copy down, delete this from here, and here we will import it from the React navigation native, fine. And this is for the home screen. Let me close the page, and we are inside the favorites screen. Let me save the file, the favorite screen, and here we will complete our UI. We will import the safe area view from React Native safe area context. Let me wrap the file and remove the favorite screen text. It will have a closing tag as well, and inside you'll have a view tag for the text. The text will be saved properties, and we are showing the length, and here we are getting one property saved. Perfect. After this safe area view, actually after this, we will have another safe area view. We will create a safe area view, and inside this safe area view, we will check if there is loading. If is loading is true, then simply serve the loading indicator. We will show the loading indicator, and we will get it from React Native. And the else case will be, we will have a flat list. We will map all the saved properties in a column here, right? We will have a flat list. Inside we have the data. Inside the data, we will pass the saved homes and key extractor, content container style, have padding. You can get it from the home screen as well, this flat list, and edit it as per your needs. And show vertical scroll bar indicator, false, render item, property card, and let me import the property card from components property card. We will import the flat list from React Native, and inside the list empty component, we will pass a view tag for text, for rendering the text as no saved properties. For example, if we have no property saved here in the favorites list, then we will render the text as no saved properties along with the heart icon, and along with the second text, that will be tap the heart icon on any property to save it here. And we will have a button as well to redirect the user to the home screen, right? Explore screen, this one. And we are importing everything here, and let me import the icons as well. And here we are getting the indication as on unsaved. We will pass this on unsaved prop to the property card. We get into the property card, and here we will have on unsaved. We will have show save, and we will make it to false. And after this, we will initialize. Let me make it in a row like this. And here we will write after the property, we will write on unsave. We are assigning the types. On unsave will return nothing, and show save will be a boolean if it will, right? And after the router, we will restructure the is saved, save loading, and toggle save from use saved properties. Here we will be getting the is saved, save loading, and toggle save from use saved property, and we are providing the property dot id and on unsaved to the use saved property hook. Here let me check the spelling for on unsaved. Okay, we have on unsaved with capital S, and the second one is also with capital S. So we should make it as capital here as well on unsaved. Here we will write it as capital, and we will make it as capital as well. Fine. Let me save the property card, close the use saved property, and here inside the favorites, we will also make it. We have only one, so we will make it to capital S. We will save it. Perfect. And here you can see the benefit of TypeScript. And here, when we will go to the end, here up before the touchable opacity, we will render the hard save button, kind of save button. So here we have a save button, show save. If this value is true, then touchable opacity, we are rendering a button, and here inside the button we are providing the toggle save function that is coming from the use saved property, and disabled save loading and classes and the icons, and we are showing the icon. Perfect. Let me save, and here we will get the heart icon. Perfect. Here we have the heart icon. Let me, okay, error saving property, code key value violates unique constraints. Let me dismiss, and Let me open this property. Let me check. Let me check for another property. If we go to the home, if we let me close this arrow from here first, and we will go to the explore. We will open another property. For example, if we open the heritage penthouse, let me send it to favorites. It's working fine. Let me unsave. I mean save again. Let me go back and check the favorites if it's has been added or not. It's been added. Perfect. We will go inside the property details, and here we are not able to fetch the status of the saved property. Let me check the use saved property hook. Use saved property. We okay. We saved loading. We saved. We are writing set is saved as saved. We are writing that it's never been called. I think okay. We have not called the check if saved. So we need to call it as well. So we will write a use effect function here after the states. Here we will write use effect function, and inside this use effect we will call the check if saved function, right? So it will be called whenever the property ID inside the dependency area we will add the property ID and the user ID. Whenever the property ID will get changed or the user ID, right? So then we will call all the property list inside our saved list. Let me save the file, and here you can see our app has been crashed and it's been reloading. Now here you can see we are getting the heart icon and it's visible. When we will toggle the icon, it's been toggling. That means it's working. And if we remove from the saved list and check, we will go to the favorites, and here inside the favorites we have only single property. Let me unsave it as well. We will go to browse properties, and here we can again add the properties to the save list. Save to favorites, added, go back, check the favorites list, and here you can see we will be getting the favorites list. Inside the favorite list we have one property saved. Perfect. Now we will move to our profile screen. Let me close save, and we will open the profile screen. Here in the profile screen we will have user. We will import the user and is loaded from use user. We will import the use state, and we have our state with the name of is updating photo, right? And we are getting the sign out and getting the rotor as well. After this we will have our handle sign out function, and we will create another function for change the photo. Let me go to the profile screen. We will have a handle change photo function, and after this we will have a check for is loaded and user. We will have a safe area imported and activity indicator imported from React Native. And after this we will complete the UI. Inside the UI first we will have a view. Let me save and show you. After this view tag we will have a dark header, and it will have a closing tag as well. Let me save and let me remove the profile screen text, and inside the safe area view we will have a main view tag for the profile, and inside this view tag we will have a view tag for avatar row, then another tag for avatar image. Let me import the image from, and we are importing touchable capacity already. And if I save the file and show you our profile screen, then here you can see a beautiful avatar icon. And because the user with which we are logged in has not any profile image yet, right? Right after this view tag, we will have another view tag, and inside it, we will render the user first name, last name, email address, and dummy badge for verified member, right? Perfect. After this, our safe area view has been completed, and after the safe area closing view, safe area view closing tag, we will create another safe area view for menu items. It will have a closing view tag and closing safe area view. Let me save, and here we will add the menu items list. Inside it we will have a label as account and menu item. The first menu item, let me import it first. Actually it will be menu item. Let me import this menu item. Okay, we are not able to import. Let me first create the menu item, and then I will come back here and I will explain you what we have right there. So first of all, we will create a menu item. So we have created a function menu with the name of menu item, and it will have an icon and label and on press function, right? And we are simply assigning the types to all these three parameters. Icon will be ion icons, label will be string, and on press will be a function and it will return nothing. And here inside this function, we will return some UI. The UI will have a touchable opacity that will be a button. So this touchable opacity will have some classes, and on press will be on press function, and view will be inside view. We will have some icon, and text will be label, and icon will be forward icon. Perfect. Now we will come back to our menu items. Here we have section label as account and menu item for the saved properties, and we are pushing our user to the favorites screen. And the second menu item will be for the recently viewed, and we will import the alert from React, and here we will show them coming soon text. And after this general text and the privacy and security, we will have menu items for the, and these menu items after the inside the general we have privacy and security, and we have a menu item for the for contact, right? Let me wrap the for, and here we have the icon label and on press function. We are navigating the user to the mail section. The user will be able to email, and here we will able to, here we can write the email as dynamically. Here we can create a variable with the name of admin email, and the better approach is that one. You simply create a variable with the name of admin email and add it here, right? So you can add it from here, and if let me change it simply, I will write it as dummy@gmail.com. Help support const can open. We are importing the linking. Don't worry at all. You don't need to remember this thing. You can simply get it from ChatGPT as well. And otherwise, if you remember it, then it's better. And we simply alert no mail app. Please install a mail app to contact us inside in case if there is a no perfect. And after this, we have a menu item for about application. And we will show the version of the application. And after this, we have the sign out. And the here is the UI is not perfectly structured. Let me check here. Okay, we have not included all this stuff inside this view tag. Let me move this view tag to the bottom, very bottom here before this safe area view. Let me save the file, and now it will look better. Perfect. And after this, we have the sign out button, and this sign out button will be, let me make it to 20. Oh, sorry, 20, not 29. Okay. Okay. Actually, this was not the issue. This view should be inside the safe area view. So let me make it inside it here. Let me save, and now it will look better. Perfect. Margin top will be 28, and now it will look clean. Perfect. If I click on about the store, then you can see we have variant 1.0, and if we click on save, then we will be able to go to the favorites screen. And when we will click on profile, then we will be able to change the photo. So let's complete our handle change photo function. For this, first of all, we will install a package that will be Expo image picker. Let me remove this extra terminal, and here we will install the npx expo install expo image picker, and we will write the logic for handle change photo, and then we will import the image picker, right? So here we will, first of all, we will write a try catch block. Inside the try block, we will write logic for getting the permission from the user, and we will I think our package has not been installed yet. Okay, we will import it in a moment. And what we are simply doing here, we are writing const permission will be await image picker dot request media library permission is synced, and we will get an alert, and user will give permission. When he will allow permissions, then he will be able to get their gallery to select an image. Perfect. Here after return, we will create a variable with the name of result, and here we will call the image picker again, and image picker dot launch image library async media types images. That is the same thing that I have explained you. First of all, we will get permissions, and then we will display a image library, and if the result dot cancelled, simply stop the execution. And here simply we have some properties as aspect should be 1 and quality should be 0.8, base 64, the image should be base 64. And after the result dot cancelled, here we will check, we will write the set is updating photo to true. We will make the is updating photo state to true, and here we are destructing the base 64 and URI from the result. And here we are simply updating the user profile image and providing the photo that we have got, and we will provide an alert that will have success picture updated successfully. Perfect. And at the end, we will have a cache and finally block. Inside the cache block, we will console the error, and we will send an alert. In case we will get an error, we will show could not update your picture, please try again. And set is updating finally will be false. But no, we will import the image picker. I think we need to import manually. Here we will write import everything as image picker from Expo image picker. Perfect. Let me save. And now when we will click on profile icon, now when we will click on the profile picture, and here you can see we are able to access the gallery. If you have not given access to the gallery, then you will be asked for. And here let me select any dummy image for the profile screen. Let me check this one, and here we have the option for cropping as well. That is very awesome feature. Let me crop, and here you can see loading effect, and our profile image will get updated. And here you can see profile picture updated. Okay, and here you can see we have the profile image at home screen as well. And when we will visit the profile screen, you can see perfect. It's awesome. That we are done with the profile screen, we will go to our last screen, that will be the add property screen. Let me close this, and we will open the inside the root, inside the tabs, we will open the add property screen. Here inside the add property, we can edit the name as add listing screen, and here we will have a router. We will import the router, and we will import the Supabase. We are initializing the router and the auth Supabase. Use Supabase from the use Supabase hook, and we will have some score and the states for form, for submitting, and for is uploading images, and is detecting location. Let me import the use state from React, and we will also have the form state. Let me create the form state and the initial form. So here we will have the form state, the types that will be only used inside property screen only. And here property type, we will import it from, we will not import it. Actually, we will create here the type, property type of listing, property options. And here we will import it from constant filters inside our constant folder, right? And after this form state, we will write our initial form. Our initial form will have all the fields with the initial state. The title will be initially empty string, and description will be also, and type will be apartment selected, and bedrooms will be 1, bathrooms 1, and other things will be also empty string, and is featured will be false initially, and images will be an empty array, and local images will be also an empty array. Perfect. Now after writing all these states, we will have an update form function. We will write update form. It will be have parameters as fields, and fields will be partial and form state. And here we will set the form. We will taking the previous values, and we will update it with the fields that we will get while we will call this update function. Now after this update form, we will have a function with the name of handle pick images, and after this we will have a function for handle remove images, and it will take index as number. And after this we will have a function for handle detect location, with which we will get the latitude and longitude values for the Google Maps, right? We will have handle submit function, and after the handle submit, now we will create our UI. So here we will have a view tag, and we will have a safe area view, and let me add the closing tag for safe area view. Inside this safe area view, first of all, we will import the safe area view, and inside it we will have this view tag, and inside it we will have a text, fill in the details below, and we will have a view text for the how many photos have been uploaded, right? Form.images.length. Let me go to the add property page. Our app got reloaded, and here you can see we have a beautiful header. After inside this header we have new listing, and the text as fill in the details below, and 0/6 photos. And after we will write the second safe area view, the light area. After this closing dark safe area view, we will create another safe area view, and here we will have keyboard avoiding view. Let me import it from React Native, and we will close it, and we will have the closing safe area view tag. We will import the platform from React Native. Let me save, and here inside the keyboard avoiding view, we will have a scroll view, and inside this scroll view have content container style as padding and show vertical scroll bar indicator false, and keyboard should resist tabs handled same as other pages. And inside this scroll view, we will first of all we will render the photo. Here we will have the photo section, and we will have a view tag, and then we have a section label. Don't worry, we will create the section label. Let me create the section label first, and then I will explain. We will write this function at the top after these types. Before this add listing screen, here we will write const section label. Inside parameters it will take text, and we are simply returning the text here as a UI. So what we will have, it's simply returning the text as whichever text we will provide this section label, and it will return a UI. And this is simply a reusable component, you can say, right? And we will provide this label class, as this label class will be reusable. That's why we have created here. So we will reuse it again and again for all the inputs, for all the labels, right? So here, let me import the scroll view from React Native. And here you can see we have the section as photos up to 6, and we are having styling as in we have provided inside the section label. After this, we will have a view tag, and inside this view tag, we will map through all the images. Here you can see we have this form.localimages.map. Let me import all the things first. Then I will explain you what we have written here. Touchable opacity imported, ion icons imported. Let me save the file, and here we are simply saying form.localimages.map, URI index, and view key index. And here we will have the image. The index is equals to 0. Then the if the index is equal to first index, then it will be covered. And after it we will have a button for the cross button, right? For what? For handle remove image, for removing the image. For example, if we have added a photo, we are adding photo to the form, and then here from here we can remove the images as well. So give it a second try. Let me write the second map here. Let me write the second map. Here we are mapping through the images dot length. If form.local images dot length is less than 6, then touchable opacity, and let me import the activity indicator. Let me save. Inside this image frame button, we have the handle pick images function, and here we are simply providing the if the image is getting uploading, then display a loading indicator. Otherwise, we will display the camera outline. And here you can see this camera outline icon. Perfect. After mapping the images, we will write the title and description. Here we have the title. Let me import the text input, and let me create the field class. Then I will explain you after coming back here. Here after the label class, we will create the second class. As here we will have the field classes as background white, border and rounded XL, and padding from x-axis and y-axis, and text will be center. And we are initializing the minimum price and the maximum price. Perfect. Let me save, and here you can see we have the photo and the title. Title is, for example, modern, right? Here we have text input, the classes as field class, and placeholder as, for example, modern, luxury, villa, and placeholder text color as this color, and value as from the title, and on change text will be update form. Perfect. And after this title, we will have our description. The description will be inside an other view tag, and here we have the section label as description, and here we have section label, and we are providing the text as description, and text input will be field classes and height 24, and placeholder describe the property and update form, and it will be multi-line, and text align vertical will be top. And I think they should be in a row. Let me check. There we did a mistake. Here inside the safe area view, inside the keyboard avoiding view, we have scroll view, and we have a view tag. Actually, we will have, let me move this. Okay, these two view tags should be here before the title and description. Let me save it, and this view tag is for the photos, this one. And now our form is properly aligned and in a very modern look. Perfect. Here after this view tag, that is for the description, we will have price, and here we have the text input for the price. Let me save, and here you will see the price indication. Price input, you can add the price here, and after this price, we will have types. Here we will write the view tag for the types, and here we will write all the types. Okay, let me the scroll view. Okay, let me, this scroll view is coming from at the top. Let me write the scroll view, closing scroll view here first, and then I will write for the view tag. Let me save, and inside this scroll view we will have all that, we will map through all the types. Here inside this scroll view we are mapping through the listing property options, and here we have const active. Active will be form.type, if that is equals to option dot value, and return, we are turning a button with each type, and it will have the key as option dot label, and on press will be update form. It will update the value of the type that is selected. For example, if I select the villa, then the villa will be selected, and if I select house, then it will be house will be selected, and it will be scrollable horizontally. Perfect. Awesome. Here we have icons. Icon will be option dot icon, that is coming from the listing property options inside the constant folder, I think. Here we have text as option dot label, and we have closing touchable opacity. And after this we have the closing scroll view, and after this we have the disclosing view tag as well, the price, sorry, the type, the view tag for the types. And after this types, we will have bedrooms, bathrooms, and area, a view tag for bedrooms, bathrooms, and area. And here the label is bedrooms. We will create this stepper function, reusable, because we are using again and again for bedrooms, bathrooms, and we will use it for the area as well. And it has label, value, and on change function. Perfect. And after this we will have for the area as well. Area will be section label. It will be another component, not like for area we are using section label, and that we have already created kind of this. And text input have classes, placeholder, and all other things that we have already created. Now let me create the stepper. Here before the return, we will, this stepper will be a function that will return some UI, and in the parameters we will pass label, value, and on change. So we will provide, then we will calling the stepper function, right? And this label will be a string, value will be number, and on change will be a number, and it will return nothing. And this is how we assign the types. And inside this we will return the UI as a view tag. Here we have a view tag, and inside this we have text as label, and we have minus and plus buttons, and here we inside we have the value for increasing and decreasing the value. Let me save this, and now we will get all the steps here for bedrooms, bathrooms, and we have the section label, area, and here after this we will have location. Let me save, and here you can see we have we will have location and the city. And if I save, here we have, I think, let me, okay, this bedrooms and bathrooms will be in this view. Let me take it to the top, let me take it to here, and let me save. No, everything will be better. Now we have bedrooms and bathrooms, then we have area and address and city. Perfect. After the city, we will have a separate view tag for the location, latitude and longitude, direct detect locations, for detecting locations. And here let me show you, if I save, here we have a view tag for the touchable opacity. Inside the touchable opacity we are detecting the location, and we have activity indicator and icon for locate outline, and icon for the text for the detecting and detect location. And after this button and this view tag, we will have inputs for the latitude and longitude, right? Here you can see for latitude and for the longitude. Perfect. After this, the view tag will be closed. That was for the location or coordinates. Here I will write coordinates. Let me save. And after this view tag, we will have button for the feature toggle. To make the here first, let me write the closing tag for touchable opacity. Let me save, and here we have the button for the feature tag. And here we have the function for updating the form and is featured opposite of the is featured status, right? And here we have the tag view tag for the text as featured this listing. Here you can see, let me go down, feature this listing, and shown in homes featured now. After when we will toggle the featured button, then we will get the this text. And here after that, here you can see we have heading as featured the listing, and para text. Let me go to the add property page again. Okay, so here we have the para text as shown in home features now. Then we will toggle this feature this listing button, right? And here we have the toggle button, a manually created toggle button, right? After this is featured button, at the end we will have the submit button, and it will be a touchable opacity, and on press it will have the handle submit function, and disabled while submitting or while uploading the images, the button will be disabled at that moment. And opacity will be half, that is 0.6 something, 60%. When is submitting or is uploading images will be true. And here we will show the activity indicator as the status was submitting, and here we will have the publish listing text. Let me save and show you the real button here. Here we have the publish listing button. If we click on publish listing button, nothing will be happened because we have not wrote the logic for the handle submit. Now let's complete our functionality for all the functions for our create properties screen. We will go to the top and we will complete the function create listing. Let me, okay, for the add listing screen, here we have the handle pick images function. Let me, first of all, inside the handle pick images, we will have permissions. In permissions will be rate image picker. We will import the image picker here at the top. Here we will write import everything as image picker expo image picker, and here we will use inside the handle pick images image picker dot request media library permissions async, and if not permissions dot granted, then we will show an alert that mean permission required, and text will be please allow access to your photo library, and we will simply return after this alert. We will import the alert as well from React Native, and after this block we will have result. We will get the result from the image picker dot launch image library async that we have already did it inside the profile screen. So same as before, and here we are writing if result.cancelled, then simply return. And after this return, we will simply set the uploading images to true, and const upload URLs will be string, and previous and preview URIs will be string as well, and will be an array. We will have a for loop. Inside this for loop, we are checking for const asset of result.assets, and here inside our try catch block, inside the try block, we are checking for file name property.date.now. We are renaming the property. We are creating buffer, and we will have a function for upload property image that we will create inside the services. And after this public URL, we are checking if not public URL, then throw new error upload returned, and upload URLs dot push public URL and preview URIs dot push asset dot URI. Inside the cache block, we are returning the error as upload error, and we will send an alert as well when more images fail to upload. Perfect. Now after this try catch block, this for loop, after this for loop, we will finally update the form, and we will update the images, and here we will set the is uploading images to false. Perfect. Now what we will do, we will create the upload property image function and the add property function inside the services. Inside the services and properties, here we will create the function. Here we will have a function for upload property images, and we inside the parameter we will have file name and buffer and Supabase client as parameters, and we are assigning types to them. File name will be string, and it will be buffer will be unit 8 array, and Supabase client will be Supabase client, and will be a promise, and it will be a string or null. And here we will create a try catch block inside this function, and inside the try block we will have Supabase as const error, and we are destructing the error, and we are calling the await Supabase client dot storage dot from property images and dot upload file name buffer and content type observed will be false, and if error, and we are destructuring the data as URL data and Supabase client dot storage dot from property images and get public URL. At the end, we will returning the URL data dot public URL. And inside the cache block, we will have console dot error and error uploading image. Let me save the file. And after this, we will create the function for add property. Let me copy it down, and here we will have add property. Let me remove this try block, and it will the inside the parameters, it will have property data and Supabase client. New property data, we will create this new property data type. Here at the top there we will have new property data title, description, price, type, bedrooms, each and everything for the property has, right? We will import the property type value from types. After this, it will be a promise, and inside this try block, let me delete this catch block, and here inside the try block we have the Supabase query as Supabase client dot from properties dot insert the property data, and we will create a property. Here inside the catch block, we will have console.error and error creating property, and we will return an error. Let me save the file, format the document, and we will use these two functions inside the uh, add property page screen, you can see. Okay, here we will import the upload property images from the services. Let me save, and after this function handle pick images function, we will complete the handle remove image function. Inside the handle remove image function, we have index as number, and here we will update the form for removing the images, and here we have images form.images.filter, and here we will remove the form from the local images. But it actually does inside update form, it will receive the index of the image to delete, and it will create new array. It will create new array without that index using the filter, and update the form with the new arrays. Right. After this handle remove image function, we will complete our handle delete location, and for completing this function, we will create a package. We will install a package with the name of npx expo install Expo dash location. We will install the Expo location, and here we will import everything as location from Expo location. Perfect. After this, we will come back to our handle detect location function. Inside this, first of all, we will set is detecting location to true, and why we are getting some error. Okay, here indication Expo location. Okay, after this set is detecting location to true, we will create a try catch block, and inside that try block, but we will simply create a Supabase query, and sorry, not Supabase query, we will simply call the location dot request foreground permissions async, and if the status will be granted, then we will send an alert. If the status is not granted, then we will send an alert as permission denied, and location permission is required to detect coordinates, and we will stop the execution, and we will get the location as well from the location dot get current position async, and finally we will update the form with the latitude and longitude that we will get here, right? And inside the catch block, we will have a alert as error and could not detect location entered manually. That's mean we can the user can manually add the enter the latitude and longitude. Inside the finally we will write set is detecting location to false, and we will format the document and save it, and finally we will have the handle submit function. It will be an async function, and first of all we will check if we have title, and if we have the price, and we are sending the alert as title is required, price is required. After this alert title and price check, we will check, and we will save the price inside the we will save the price as a number inside the price number variable, and here we are checking if price number is not a number or price number is less than minimum price, then simply return an alert with validation, and price must be greater than 0, and price number should be greater than max price, and we will send an alert as well. After this check, we will check for the address is required, we will check for the city, alert will be city is required, and as for the images dot length is equals to 0, then send an alert as please upload at least one image, and after this we will make the set is submitting to true. Finally, we will destructuring the error, and we will call the add property function, and we will destructure the error from it as well, and we are providing everything that is title, description, price, each value to the add property function. The add property function is coming from the services slash properties.ts. We are providing the auth Supabase as well from here, and we will finally write set is submitting to false because we are done with the add property function. After this set is submitting false, we will check if error, then simply send an alert failed to add property, please try again, and we will send the error inside the console and stop the execution. We will set the form, we will sending the initial form, that's mean we will clear the form after the successful completion of the add property function, and we will send an alert with it. Alert will be property listed successfully and a success text, and the text will be okay, and upon pressing the OK button, we will navigate the user to the home screen so he can view the newly added property. Let me save the file. Here we have the error as unable to resolve error, unable to resolve module, because I think this error is coming from the React, this one, Expo location package that was been installing, and we have saved the file before the installation completion. So that's why we got the error here. So now what we will do, we will add a property check. Let me select the image. Here we are inside the gallery, and here we have necessary images for add property check. So first of all, we will add the property as cover image done. Here is the activity indicator running, and the image will be uploaded. Perfect. From here we can cancel the we can remove the image, and here you can see the tag as cover badge. Perfect. We will add the second image. Click done. Our second image has been added, and we will add the third image, and the title will be modern luxury villa, and we can add a dummy description here. Let me remove it. Okay, actually I have copied this text from ChatGPT, so that's why it's disturbing. Okay, and we will add the price as, and after the price we will write the type. Select that property type. Property type will be villa, and it will have 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, and the area will be, and address will be address, and the city will be, let me write it as Lahore, and let me detect the location. We are unable to detect the location. Let me save the file again. Okay, we are getting the error again. I think this error is coming from the cache. Let me reload the application. Reloading app. With reload not fixed this error. As the reload has not fixed this error, so what we will do, we will stop our project and we will run npx expo start dash c. We will clear the cache and run the app again. Here our app has been reloaded, and now we will check. Let me hide the terminal, and now upon clicking on detect location, we are getting the dialog for allow Expo Go to access the device's location. If I We can use while using this app only this time, don't allow only this time, I will select, or we can select as while using this app as well. And here you can see detecting and the loading icon, and it will fill the latitude and longitude. Here we have, for better experience, your device will need to use location accuracy. Oh, sorry, actually we are on Android emulator. That's why we are getting, maybe that's why we are getting some error relating to the detecting location. Let me show you in a real device, a physical device. Now here I am on my physical device, and if I check all the pages, here you can see everything is working on the iOS as well. And here if I check for the detected location, then here you can see hello ones, and our coordinates has been filled. Perfect. And from here we can add the images. For example, if we add 3 images, here you can see all the 3 images have been added. And we can write a title, a description. We can write any description here. Price, it will be a villa, and we can increase the bedrooms, bathrooms, area, street, address, city, and here we will feature this listing and publish the listing. You can see success, property listed successfully. We will go to the home, and here you can see our property has been listed, and our images got loaded, and here you can see perfect. Here you can see we can check the image in full screen as well. Perfect. We can close, we can zoom the image to any extent, and here we have each and everything is perfectly fine. We can mark as, and here you can see we can mark the property as, and the pastry got halved, and here you can see we have the badge as sold. Perfect. We can also delete this property as well, and you can see the property has been deleted, and now we have the remaining properties only. We can add this property to the favorites. We can check the map. Here we have the map loaded, and here you can see each and everything is working fine. We can check all the streets. Each and everything is perfectly lined. Our map has been working fine. Our buttons for mark sort, for delete, our images, carousel, each and everything is working perfectly fine. And we can go back, we can go to the favorites, we can explore, we can go to filters. As you can see, we can make filters. If we remove the apartments as well, then here are the 6 properties that has 4+ beds, and this one is villa. Let me select villas and show results. If we remove the price, then we have 3 villas here: 3.4, 9.5, 28, and here we can above PKR to CR. Show result, and here you can see each and everything is perfectly fine with the beautiful liquid glass effect. And you can see now we have successfully completed our real estate application, and I hope you have liked this real estate application, and it will be working on Android and iOS as well. And if you really want to deploy this application to Play Store in the form of APK file, if you want to apply it to the App Store, that's mean for iOS devices, then you should really read this ES build topic inside the Expo docs. Google Play Store charges a one-time $25 USD developer registration fee, while the Apple App Store charges around 99 USD per year for an Apple Developer Program membership. These fees are paid directly to Google and Apple before you can publish apps on their stores. So if you want to deploy your apps to the stores, then you should really read this EAS build topic. You will be able to upload it to the stores. With this, if you found this real estate app tutorial helpful, don't forget to like this video and share it with your friends, classmates, and family. Subscribe to Call with the Smart for more React Native, Expo, Supabase, AI powered, and full stack apps tutorials. Take care and see you in the next project.